Okay, I have confirmation we are live, so let's get started. Good morning. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome to the PDC public meeting. If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, today we don't have any testimony, so there is no option for that. We have just committee meetings. But commissioners, a reminder to please bring the microphone closer to you and speak to them when talking. I'm going to hand it over to Deborah for the consent agenda.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Deborah Martin. I'm the Chair of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the Public Design Commission meeting. As New York City's design review agency, the Public Design Commission has jurisdiction over the design of permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property. Today's meeting is being held in person at City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items numbers 29968 to 2994. Please note Commissioner Miranda's recusal from item 29971, Commissioner Tish's recusal from 29988. Is that correct? Okay. And Commissioner Maloney's recusal from item 29994. Are there any other recusals to note? Okay, seeing none. Let the record show there are no additional recusals, and we'll now have the vote on the consent agenda. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda. Isabel Castilla.
On
Approval. Lori Hawkinson.
approval.
Bill Heinzen.
Approval.
Karen Keel.
Approval.
Carrie Maloney.
Approval.
Manuel Miranda.
Approve all.
Meryl Tisch.
Approval.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approval.
I also approve. Also, let the record show that the consent agenda items are unanimously approved. Okay, we'll continue now with the public hearing portion of this meeting. The only item for this public hearing is item number 29995, the election of officers. We'll begin our public meeting with the election of officers per chapter 37 of New York City's charter, section 853A. The commission shall elect a president, vice president, and secretary from its own members, whose terms of office shall be 1 year and until their successors are elected and have qualified. Commissioners, a general reminder to speak into the microphone when speaking throughout this meeting. So the floor is now open for nominations for president. Please state your name and your nomination.
Nominate Deborah Martin for president.
Thank you, and I accept the nomination. Are there any other further nominations for the office of president? Okay. Seeing no other nominations for president, nominations are closed, and there being only one nominee, I move to elect myself, Deborah Martin, to the position of president. All in favor, please raise your hand. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am honored to be elected president and to serve this body. Thank you. Thank you all for that. I appreciate it. Okay, the floor is now open for nominations for vice president. Please state your name and your nomination.
Hi, I'm Isabel Casilla. I would like to nominate Jimmy Van Bramer for vice president.
Excellent. Do you consent to the nomination for vice president?
I do consent. Thank you very much, Isabel.
Okay, Jimmy Van Bramer has been nominated. Are there any other further nominations from the floor? Okay, seeing none, I'll declare that the nominations are closed for vice president. And there being only one nominee, I move to elect Jimmy Van Bramer to the position of vice president. All in favor, raise your hand. Excellent. So we have a majority, we have all in favor of Jimmy as vice president, and you are now elected again as vice president. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let me just say it's an honor to serve with all of you, and in particular, our president, Deborah Martin. Thank you.
So I am now calling for a vote to, hang on one second. Right, I think this is, I have the wrong, right, let's do this. Okay. The floor is now open for nominations for secretary. Do I have a nomination for secretary?
Karen Keel, I nominate Manuel Miranda for secretary.
And do you consent to this nomination, Manuel?
I consent. Thank you.
Okay, great. Manuel Miranda has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Okay, seeing no other nominations for secretary, I now call for a vote. All in favor of Manuel Miranda for secretary, please raise your hand. Excellent.
Thank you.
We now have a majority and unanimous vote in favor of Manuel, so you are now re-elected to serve as president. Thank you. Sorry, not for president, for secretary. And that isn't it showing any hidden desire not to do the job. Before we move on to the next item, I just want to note that I've been president now for 2 years. I've served on this commission for more than 4 years. It's been such an honor to work with all of you. I want to particularly thank Jimmy Van Bramer and Manuel Miranda for being co-officers, but really each and every one of you have modeled for me what a democratic, sensible, down-to-earth body looks like and how we operate, and I really appreciate that. I want to thank the staff of PDC in the years that I've been president. The staff has had a tiny staff, seeing hundreds of projects, sometimes hundreds every month, but certainly hundreds every year. PDC nonetheless, while moving those projects forward, undertook a professionalization of its processes and communications. And I think therefore, thereby increased its reliability and really its respect among all of the stakeholder communities that we work with. So we really are grateful for that work, Shreyoshi. We also oversaw the advancement, as I mentioned, of hundreds of projects with formidable diplomacy and skill, including some that were and remain politically sensitive. So that's very difficult to do. Thank you for that. And finally, I want to note that our informed collaborative feedback drives measurable, visible, better outcomes across the city in all kinds of landscapes and buildings and public art. And that's really important and often goes unrecognized because our work is really behind the scenes. So I just want to thank the other commissioners for that excellent work. Okay, so with that, I think we can move on to the next item.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for the partnership and for yours, Jimmy's, Manuel's help through the last 2 years. We really appreciate it. Okay, so now we can move on to our committee meeting. I don't think I have. We will give the team a second to gather.
Okay. All right, we'll now begin the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the construction of the Bronx Detention Complex at 745 East 141st Street in the Bronx. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Presenters, you can begin when ready. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Setra. I'm one of the architects on the design team, going to represent our team today. We have my partner Nancy Ruddy here from Setra Ruddy. We also have Don Henry and Lawrence Gutterman from Urbon, who's the executive architect. We have representation of the design build. Joe Mizzi is here. So as we go through it, if there are any questions, please feel free to, to chime in. The deck that was submitted to you is very extensive, and I'm told I have 7 minutes, so we're not going to go through every single one of the slides, but I will try to hit all of the points which I think were very important for this project from its inception and where we are and how we got here today. I think it's important to remember when this program was started. It was started for a very good reason, to try to close Rikers Island, but also to create a series of community-based jails that would be more responsive to the citizens of the city and place people in the locations where they were living. And so this idea of dignity and respect for persons in custody, as well as all of the hundreds of people that work to make this system successful, was very important. It was always, I think, the basis which every single decision that we made was really tied to, is this the best that we can do? Are we achieving those goals as well as possible? So we go to, I'm going to just jump ahead because you might be familiar with the site. This is in the Bronx, 141st to 142nd Street along Southern Boulevard and Concord Avenue. The site is currently going through some remediation, cleanup, and excavation. And so these were all fairly recent photographs. The interesting thing about this site is that many interesting things about it. First of all, it's kind of in between two very distinct parts of the Bronx. It's surrounded on three sides by industrial areas, industrial buildings, some vacant lots, some sites that were cleared many years ago. But to the west of the site, it's very interesting how it transitions to a part of the Bronx which was very residential, and it has a strong residential context of smaller buildings. It has many community facilities that are also within the area, low-rise buildings and mid-rise buildings, and also this really great park, St. Mary's Park, which is almost catty-corner to our site. So I think the response, the design response, had to take into account this context, which was very important. Three city streets surround the site, and they're all very different in what one considers to be like the New York City typical 200 by 400 to 800-foot block. It's actually a site that's 350 feet by 400 feet by 350 feet by 375 feet. So it's very interesting that the scale of this block is very different from what we see in the city of New York. The way that the ULURP had responded to the change in context was to create essentially this envelope, which was the high point near the Bruckner Expressway, and then sloping down toward the residential area to the east, with strong street wall edges around it. The interesting thing about it was also that this gave us an opportunity to create a character that was different for every street, which was really important because of the size of the building and also the context and program. So what you can see here is that the way that the massing had been set up was that there was a podium which had a relationship to the lower scale community around it, and then a high point which was near the Bruckner and near Southern Boulevard, which allowed the building to go up to a height of about 275 feet. So it went from 60 feet to 275 feet with a series of setbacks that responded, I think, to what you see here is sort of the context of the neighborhood and that the program. I think the program also was very important generator of the form of this building. All of the services, essentially the services that are provided to persons in custody, are being handled in this what we call the podium. And the upper part, which we refer to as the tower, was where people were housed, where they lived within each room. So conceptually, sure. Sorry, good. Sorry. So, and you can see this also in the, I think in the model that's in front of you all. That's the diagrams, the program as I described here, and then also in section, the way that the building is organized with services and housing above. Okay, so bird's eye view going around the building here, you see that how that started to come into play. And the forms of the building, again, were very much, I think, derivative of both the urban context, but also the program, which is very important, where housing rooms needed to have a certain level of privacy and visibility, lack of visibility from one part of the building to the other. So that started to give us a form that you see here where we could achieve those goals. The base of the building was very, very important for that two things, contextually to respond to materiality and scale, but also with such a big building, we wanted to create very distinct entrances for the three main points of entry into the building. What you see here on the corner of 142nd Street and Southern Boulevard is the main entrance. The main entrance is located there because of the proximity to the subway station, which is just half a block away. And so it was assumed that many people would be coming from that location. The ground floor has a very light and open feeling because on this side, it starts to wrap around Southern Boulevard to 141st Street, where there is the community-based spaces that you'll see a little bit more in detail there. And then, of course, the materials change where the podium base of the building, the plan is to do a terracotta frame in there with glass panels inserted internally. Another view of the entrance here, the entrance is both, I think, responding to the idea that we wanted to be inviting, but we also wanted a civic and a pronouncement of this building. It is a very, very important building for the community. We want them to be proud of it, and we want to create this open, inviting experience as they come into a lobby, where visitors will come in, which is light-filled, and you'll see some examples of that as well. But as you turn that corner, going then up to 141st Street, you see the facade has kind of a playfulness to it. Because of the scale of it, we wanted to break down some of the elements and create a pattern which was more following the kind of the patterns that you see in some of the older buildings along the street. This is that corner, this is the community facility entrance at the corner where we undercut the podium in order to bring a much more inviting and open experience to that space. And then, of course, from the distance, as you approach the building, there's no denying the scale change. You know, this is a very large building, certainly, but the idea that it would step down to 60 feet to 120 feet to 250 feet was, I think, a way to try to ameliorate that scale difference. And from the side streets, that's what you would see. I should also point out here that a part of the program is that within every group of rooms, there is a day room, and then also an outdoor recreation space, which is located on the corners of all of these points. The floor to floor height is 24 feet 3 inches. It's very high, so that that recreation space was adequate for people who, would possibly be playing basketball or something in that area, and give it enough room and height. This is the view from the park, from St. Mary's Park. So here again, you're seeing the scale change from the lower part of the building to the upper. Interiors, this is the lobby and second floor, which are the air. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Coming in at the corner of 141st and Southern Boulevard, this space has been, carefully laid out with the Department of Corrections in terms of the proper kind of organization and sequencing of space. The height of the space, when you come in, it's about 30 feet high. Then it steps down to about 15 feet in the back area here. I think we have some renderings that can show that. The space as you enter is very high, so that there is a visual connection to the second floor where visitors where attorneys will come and meet their clients, and so on and so forth. So there's that visual connection on those two floors where the public is allowed to enter into the building. Oh, so it's just some of the a sketch of views of that. So this is looking out from the entrance, so you can see the setback there, light-filled space coming into the lobby. So here you're looking east, and the entrances are here. There's a security screening area here. reception, information here, and also located in other areas as well. Yeah, there would be, yeah. This is the space here,
The light is coming from where?
coming from the east. This side is east, so some that's coming in into the space from here.
Right.
So it's very high space here. It's getting light that can come further into the lobby and,
And that's 30 feet high.
yeah. This is the visiting area. Sort of off of, there's a lot of seating areas here. The idea was to create a number of different groupings for people so that weren't all necessarily just in one space. There's also a children's play area that was worked into the program as well. And security was obviously very important, but we didn't want to make it something that was always right in your face. We wanted it to be properly positioned in a way so it was there, but not necessarily obvious at all times. Some of the other spaces here, sorry, these are so light. I think the other important thing is that, well, what is the experience for the person in custody when they are in their rooms? So the rooms are set up with as large a window as would be allowed by DOC. And also what are they looking out onto? So the thing is that the buildings form and the way that the walls, you can see here, the way that these walls kind of undulate, they create more open views. So that persons in custody are not necessarily looking directly across into someone's cell from another part of the jail. So I think that had an effect of two things. One was that angularity broke up the massing. So even though that the street walls were very long, that the tower above was broken up in a way so that it softened the kind of the massing of the overall effect. So this is the view looking out the window. There's a series of bars that were required by DOC and some screening as well. So there's a little bit less visibility in the lower half of it. You can see a dot screen here, and then the upper half is clear. So you can see sky very, very clearly there. And then that's further back, like walking into the cell. You know, it's very, very simple. A bed and a desk, large window, and then looking back toward the door that leads into the day room. So I'll just run through these quickly. These were all of the elevations that were developed for the building. So you can see that how it kind of, the scale is broken down and both like vertical proportionality and also horizontally. This is the elevation of the building where it faces the HPD project that would happen adjacent to us. So the sally ports and the driveway will be totally covered. So persons in custody coming in, going out, that's all in a totally secure and private area. Now, again, another point about scale, I think we really spent a lot of time to get the right kind of proportion for that, but then also materials. We wanted to, on the lower part especially, use terracotta and materials that we found in sort of that masonry mode. As we go up into the tower, there's more reflectivity with glass and metal. Some of the materials that are being considered for the facade are illustrated here. The recreation areas, item number 4, will have a series of screens that will allow air to freely go into those spaces, but will also minimize the amount of visual connection from people in the space to the street. Some more examples there. Public spaces here. On the podium level, we wanted to do, it is a very long facade. We wanted to create more of a breakup, as I said before, of what those elements were. The lower level could be retail, some retail space, community facility space, but everything from this level up are all services which are provided to persons in custody. So there was a balance between bringing daylight in, but also creating a secure and visually secure area within the wall. So we can go through these in more detail if you like. This is all showing, sort of peeling away the layers of how the whole system will work together to guarantee that visibility and light translucency. The corner where Southern Boulevard and 141st Street come together, the building sets back in that area. And then the elements of the facade where within the tower that you can see here with glass and metal vertical mullions that are expressing every two floors of the building.
Can you go back?
Sure.
Back. Okay, what are we looking at here? This is vertical.
Yeah. So these are just peeling back the layers. So the cells themselves will be prefabricated elements that will be brought in into the site. On top of that layer is a curtain wall system of clear glass, a spandrel glass that kind of follows the structural columns that you see there. And then on top of that, a series of vertical struts, these aluminum fins that will also break up the facade. And these actually do a few things. They create more shade where necessary, but also cut down on some visibility to the left and right.
The center section, the terracotta ends at the podium level,
Yes,
correct?
that's right.
It doesn't come above at
That's-
all.
that's
So what we're looking here is just a distinction between,
metal,
right, exactly.
and
And then
glass.
around the windows is,
right. Well, this is like peeling the wall away. So what you're seeing is the
oh, I see, got
prefabricated,
it, okay.
yes,
Right
cells
there
that
for
are
the side and
inside.
front.
Yeah, those are inside.
So there's no terracotta above
There's
the
no
podium.
terracotta above the podium.
I'm sorry?
There's no terracotta above the
No.
podium. That's the point.
That's
okay.
right. Yes, correct. Right. Just a section of that. And then in the podium itself, which are also very high floors, you're seeing the same kind of sequence. That's the whole assembly put together. As you again peel it back, there's a security layer that is back there with smaller openings. And then on top of that is the final glazing that's located. Is that my time? My time is up?
That's just the clock.
Oh,
We
okay. All
are a little bit behind, so we
Okay.
can speed.
All right. Yeah, and then these are the recreation areas, which we're spending a lot of time to get the right sense of openness with security. So there are a few different layers. There's a security mesh that is behind it, and then an expanded metal that one will see from the street. And as I said, those spaces are very high, so you can see how it's organized here with the division at halfway to support the wall. And this is a mock-up that was created to try to visually understand exactly what one would see.
What's the dimension of that mesh? Like,
So
The
how did,
expanded metal?
yeah, like how?
it's interesting. This is called a non-ligature mesh. So you can't really, it's not possible to put your foot into it or grab it and kind of climb up.
I see.
So that's pretty small. The size of the mesh, we didn't bring this piece, did we? But we're studying different sizes, but I would say that from examples, each one is about this big.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so then the module, like the, vertical and horizontal module that it sits within is, each of those openings is
Yeah.
roughly like a foot by a half a
This
foot,
is,
kind of?
no, these are a little bit big. These are about 3 feet.
Oh, no, the whole thing, but
Oh.
then
You mean the whole height?
maybe I'm not understanding what I'm looking at. It looks like there's 2 layers of mesh.
Yes,
There's
there
the-
are 2 layers,
Right.
right? So it's one sits in front of the other. So
Uh-huh.
there's a space there of a few inches between
Right.
the 2. Right, so what you're looking at here is if you were inside the recreation area, looking out. So this is looking down. So the mesh, the expanded metal is blocking some of the view, but
Got it.
not totally. If you're looking up, it's much more open. So you can see here, this is the same mesh, but when you're looking up, you're seeing more sky.
Okay.
And
Thank-
what's the finish of that metal?
Well, right, it's a painted metal, yes.
But we
looking
don't
at
know what
the
color.
colors. Yeah, we don't have the color yet. Yes, just another view from that. Okay, and I will turn it over to our landscape architect.
Okay, am I on? Is this good? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Okay, yes, the clicker. Got it. I'm Beth Franz from Quinnell Rothschild and Partners, the landscape architecture on this project. We're very excited because we feel that the new landscape here is going to transform the pedestrian experience in this corner of Mott Haven with the creation of a vibrant and welcoming and active streetscape that is able to connect the waterfront, the residential, the industrial and commercial districts to create kind of a great new community amenity. And this is going to happen along the creation of a civic corridor along Southern Boulevard and Bruckner Boulevard. We're going to be taking inspiration from St. Mary's Park and really giving the landscape a sense of place that way, creating a new neighborhood hub for gathering for folks who are coming to this locale. So it's not just a pass-through landscape, and creating places of quiet respite, again, as kind of a counterpoint to the busy traffic we're going to be encountering. Okay, I will be skipping through here. Okay, this is our site plan. You can see a sort of generously sized sinuous sidewalk wrapping around 3 sides of the building through a planted landscape on both sides. It is again referring back to St. Mary's Park, but also really accentuating the articulation of the building facade. There is seating at each of the major entrances and also in between, because the community was really asking for a variety of seating experiences. So we've been able to give that to them. And then on Southern Boulevard, oh, there we go, right about there, we have our vehicular drop-off right near the main entrance. Sorry about that. Okay, so as you can imagine, the full perimeter of the site has to be protected and crash rated. So we've come up with a series of elements that can be worked into the landscape, so this doesn't feel like a fortified landscape, starting with the obvious typical crash-rated bollards at openings and corners and places where people congregate. Bollards made into fences by the addition of cross pieces that end up in the landscape. Low structural crash-rated walls that you'll see at bike racks, a variety of crash-rated planters, and then crash rating behind the existing site furnishings. And that's the plan. The site is going to be well lit for pedestrian comfort as well as safety. There will be standard DOT light that's lighting obviously the street and also the public right of way, as well as building mounted light that's going to take care of everything behind the property line. Again, skipping. Oop, am I though? There we go, getting there. Okay, I'll talk just a brief bit about the plant palette. We're talking about native or naturalized street trees, shrubs, ground covers, perennials, et cetera, that are approvable by New York City Parks, DOT, and in the case of a bioswale, DEP. These are all plants that are time tested again against urban conditions, very, very low maintenance, very little water. They'll offer 3 seasons of color, copious shade, and this is a very sort of high heat index area of the Bronx, as well as some wonderful habitat for pollinators. Trouble. Okay, and in this quick series of renderings, we want to talk to you about sort of the scale of the site really being brought down to pedestrian height by the use of the plantings on both sides. You can see that sort of sinuous sidewalk that I mentioned, a variety of planting opportunities on both sides. Here you see the shade on the north side. It hates me. There we go. And then on Southern and Bruckner, you can see the variety of planting measures here. Here we've used a few more of the planters because here's the place where the pedestrians would like to be separated from the traffic as much as possible. So this gives you a visual buffer as well as the crash rated buffer that's required. Whereas as the facility entry, we really wanted a more open experience, an unobstructed experience getting to and from that building, both visually for the point of view of wayfinding, but also getting traffic in and out of the building. The landscape is kind of peeled back a bit so that we can enforce the very important pedestrian safety factor at the intersections where vehicles and pedestrians need to look out for each other. Whereas at the southern side, here we are at the commercial retail entrance. This is again where John was saying the building is now set back, allowing us the addition of a new plaza. And this is really that neighborhood hub area that I was talking about. There's the ability for quite a number of planted spaces, copious amounts of benches, the indigenous boulders that have already been blasted out of the site, which we'll be putting back into the landscape and reinforcing that sense of place. and feeling of St. Mary's Park. And then the landscape stays away again from that pedestrian edge where the crossing occurs. And that's where we are. Thank you, everyone.
Do you want to do landscape first?
Maybe can we have the landscape plan back up?
Absolutely.
Thank you. There we go.
Perfect. And we'll start with landscape since you're here. So
Great.
thank you. Thank you very much for the thorough presentation. I think there's overall a lot of really good moves, as you mentioned, to make the space a lot more welcoming. That is both for the community and for visitors of the facility. There's just a couple of things I would like to highlight as you are progressing the design forward.
Great.
I recognize there is a strong need for security equipment, walls, reinforced furniture, planters. I worry when I look at the plan and some of the renderings that the thickness of some of those elements are making the planting beds very, very narrow. And the minute a planting bed becomes too narrow, it has a really hard time surviving in a urban environment. So I would urge you to maybe take a closer look at balance things a little bit more. For example, on this lower street here, the planting beds against the building are starting to become very small. And I wonder if maybe here, the planting bed along the street should be the one that's more generous and maybe even reconsider the ones against the building. So we give them the best likelihood of survival, as opposed to trying to split it in half and making both of them perhaps too small each. So that's one thing it would be good to look at throughout the entire corridor.
Sure.
I noticed some of the security raised planters, the box ones, within the planting beds.
Yeah.
With a very thin strip of planting in front of them at grade. I'm also a little worried about the survivability of that in terms of planting scale. So I would just ask you to look at that again. I think the raised planters are fine on their own. I think embedding them in at grade planting may start tectonically becoming too many foundations, too many little pieces that again take away from the soil volume. So I think just taking a closer look at that would be good. In terms of the boulders, I think it's a successful way to soften the landscape.
Yeah.
Specifically on this lower corner and the renderings, it looks like it creates a nice garden. I think on the main entry, they feel a little bit out of place because they're not really anchored by a planting bed or a larger sizable landscape.
Yeah.
Understandably so, because you have a lot of influx of people. But I just wonder if maybe they just don't quite work as well there, and maybe you just don't have them. It's a much more civic entry. It's much more about the in and out of people versus this area down here is more about creating the space of respite. And I think reconsidering those on the main entry would be a good way to distinguish the different types of landscapes.
Okay, great. Those are all great comments. Thank you
Right.
so much.
Sure.
Okay. This is on already.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just had some comments, questions about the building. Thank you so much. This is a difficult project to do. Very large, getting around it. It's unfortunate because it's so big. And then this renderings are so light. I know we have a terrible projector that we're trying to remedy, but they're so light that it's like you're making the building, things disappear. So if we could work, I don't know, but let's go. I just had some questions about the beginning. So,
Okay.
so I'm really, you show elevations and you show it from above a lot, the bird's view, but I'm really interested, because I'm representing the people here, of being on the street and what that's like. So you mentioned how the character of the podium is different on the three sides. And then I think Isabel commented on that landscape, how that might reinforce that, right?
Right.
So I'm trying to understand how it's different, like in what
Okay.
way? Is it just these indents or
Yes.
what is
Well,
that?
I think it's,
Because I didn't quite get it,
Yeah.
but I think it's a great idea because
Yeah.
it's so big, right?
right. Well, the podium had at the pedestrian level was kind of broken down then into three main areas. There was the let's say the community facility area, which is this corner here.
Right.
But you see, so that takes the Southern Boulevard and 141st Street all the way to where
Right, but
there's
how-
the,
So how, I mean, I understand, because I can read drawings. I understand
Yeah.
it's different, because you've
Yeah.
got this undulating podium that's all
Correct.
the same.
correct.
So the
yes.
difference comes where?
Yeah.
Like, how do you differentiate?
But that's a great question. I think that the difference is maybe not as obvious here because you can't see, you really can't see how
so
it's
light,
changing
like,
and they're so light.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry about that. The next
Us too,
round,
It's our problem.
the
too,
next
that we
round, we
can
will,
just crank it
we
up a
will,
bit.
improve that,
Yeah,
improve those.
so-
But I think I think experience is probably very, very important here, almost like more important than changing color or changing, let's say proportion. The building, we wanted to have some of that civic kind of dignity, kind of a similarity that as you were wrapping around, but it's not like other buildings which have 90-degree corners. The corners here are all kind of following kind of the curve of the streets. They straighten out obviously when they head down the street, but so the actual experience of walking on the street was, I think, what we were focusing on. We did a lot of studies of what that podium should look like, how it should be broken down. But I think that it's just it's really the actual experience of walking, and actually how many buildings are there in New York where you walk around and there's like, you go from one street to the other on a curve, so I thought that what we were trying to achieve here was that idea. But
So
I
guess
see your
if we
point.
could- Because now
Yeah.
we're still looking from above, so
Yeah,
I just-
sorry about
Because
that.
when we,
Yeah,
because we're giving comments like you're going back and obviously
yeah,
we're,
yeah.
so we
yeah.
just love to see,
Yeah.
I would love to see those views when I'm
Uh,
on the street. Because when it's
Okay.
continuous curve,
Right, yeah,
that tends to make something a continuous experience rather than breaking it. So
sure.
if you're breaking it at the corner,
right.
but
Yeah.
how does it break? Like something, they're
okay.
both indent. So that's just something I wanted
Good.
to understand
We'll give you more
more
info on that.
specifically. And then at the front entrance, you have this overhang. So we could go to the front entrance and you have this very high space, 30 feet high,
Right,
which is like
Uh.
human, yeah,
Yeah.
first 30 feet high. Yeah, I think because I wrote this down from the beginning. Yeah, it was at the beginning that, yes. Yeah, back, because that's where I wrote these first notes. Before that.
here we go.
okay.
Yeah, like this
That's
is
the
this.
community.
yeah,
Now we go
that's
to
good.
the other guy,
Yeah,
this guy, this guy.
Okay,
Okay, so
right.
30 feet is where exactly?
In
It's that dark line.
it's up to here.
Wait, that's 30
Yeah,
feet.
yeah.
That's
Actually,
30 no,
this is
that's-
even higher. This is 30 feet is
Yeah,
the interior
I was
space
gonna
here.
say, that's not
There's
30
one
feet.
floor there. Yeah,
Because the lobby is 30 feet
Yeah.
inside there,
correct.
but that.
Which is just
huge
more like up to
expanse
here.
Is like, there's a mezzanine or something back in there?
There's a mezzanine and also part of the program for the social spaces. There's a
They're, like, tucked
library.
on the side.
They're tucked on the side, but they
Right.
also come out. They're also behind this wall. The glass here was a screened glass, so at night this would be almost like a lantern. It would be illuminated.
Mhm.
It's translucent but not transparent.
That's translucent.
Yeah.
And then the height, okay, then we've got, how does it correspond to the facade? So that was a question. How does the lobby correspond to the facade? Because I just want to break this down here.
Yeah,
Or maybe when you come back, you can like show us more specifically or
Mhm.
send us, because there's an overhang, that dark thing. that
correct.
dark
Up here.
band.
Yes, this
down.
band up here.
No, the
Or
dark,
this?
that.
Yeah, right.
That's an overhang. For
Yes. Weather,
weather.
right,
Then you indent
correct.
also with
Yeah.
the doors. There's like two double doors or.
That's right.
Some kind of, and then on either side, you've got something on the right. There's like some columns on the right that I can't see in this view, but there were
Yeah.
columns there and then no column. I'm just trying to
The columns
understand
are, yeah,
the civic
okay,
expression of this and how you welcome people
Mhm.
and how that extenuated transition, because you can't just have a door. Because
Right.
there's so many people
Yeah.
coming in and they're confused and whatever, right?
sure.
So I'm just really scrutinizing this public interface and
And this is why, so we have the eyebrow and the in-frame
the
that you just,
eyebrow is.
which is the little canopy that at 18 feet. So all
dark-
those elements are the one that like kind of driving you as a pedestrian, you're coming from the north, the first impression is going to be that very large canopy that you
Right.
noted, which is not just to mark the entryway to the facility, but also the gateway of
Got
the
that,
neighborhood.
Okay, and then you
And
come in and you
then
see the
the-
eyebrow,
That eyebrow canopy is
Is
starting
made
to
of-
orient you and focus you toward that corner where then you have that
right?
frame. So
And
the
what
doors
is
are
the
inset.
material of the eyebrow?
At the moment, aluminum.
Aluminum.
So here it's rendered dark, but it's not really the intention to create like a
Because
dark.
if it's aluminum, it's kind of
And
like,
how far out does it extend?
yeah,
So it goes probably around like 4 feet. And it's, you can see it's not a straight, it has a movement to it.
right. So it'd be
And-
great eventually to see a section through that, so we can
Right,
understand the
right.
scale of it and
Understood,
the
yes.
depth of.
So just staying with that for a moment. So if it's 4
Just keep
feet,
there,
it's
stay
not
there.
actually, there's no weather protection.
It's
is there?
really, you open your umbrella or you close your umbrella and then you have that frame, which also as you're entering, give you a little space again.
So it.
Can we go
then it
back to
gets
that,
thinner.
please?
It's like a swervy thing.
Existing.
It's a
Right.
swoop.
Yeah, right. But it's, what I'm saying is that as you, just to look at
So
the,
you have to go back. I
Go
think,
back to
on
that
the
plan. That was very helpful.
just to the same one that we were on.
There.
There we, one
There.
more. We just
And
missed
then
it.
you had a plan.
So
because
the
it-
question of this one is, like, if I'm approaching this from the subway, I've been walking in the rain for a long time. Is there, and I'm sort of unable to tell from looking at this rendering. Is there a place where I can stop for a moment, like you said, close my umbrella, like have some protection, or is that not? I'm not understanding, like, is that rectangle an indentation that allows that?
There's an indentation down here.
And how deep is that?
This
Couple of
is-
feet.
Yeah, this is a couple of feet,
2
then
feet?
this is coming out again, so it's a series,
So actually, there's no place
But
where I
that
would,
swoop, that dark thing is a swoop.
right?
right,
It's not. the
it's
same-
not providing
You're not
any,
advocating for one or the other. I'm just
No,
trying to
yeah,
understand it.
exactly.
Gets
It goes
wider.
from wide at the left to
Yeah.
nothing almost.
No, no.
It's hidden by the tree, so I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
see the
It's hidden
end of
by the
it.
tree, but I think the question is, you're basically asking is, how far does this project out and does it provide any?
And what does it
protection?
look like?
Right, yeah, right.
What does it do?
Well, right now, yes, so what it's doing is providing some protection, it's not extending all the way out to the property line. But it does provide some protection.
Because the one
Minimal.
above is too high
Yeah,
to do
that's-
anything. Okay, so
that's
that just
more
want
like
to
the
understand that.
monumental entrance.
Okay, so want to keep moving around here.
Hi, I'm Nancy Ruddy. If I can just help with the concept of how you come to the building, as John and Paul Arthur said, from afar, you get that sense of civic, that it is a civic building. And as you get closer, this area is illuminated and you immediately see into the lobby. And it's really meant to, this whole area, it's spreading its arms to welcome. And we're still working on, we brought this and we will still continue to work on this, on how much protection it gets, what the height of it is. And then you walk through and you are immediately welcomed by this tall ceiling, which is wood. And then it starts stepping down to become
Inside the lobby.
inside, but you see it on the outside and it starts getting more and more human scale. It goes from the civic to
So
public
you'll
and more
show- you'll
private.
Bring renderings of that.
Yes,
later.
and we do have those. So
Okay,
I
great.
think the process is the specifics, and it's great that you bring it up, and we will study that for the next time. But the whole idea is that there's this indoor-outdoor connectivity from the landscape and the building, bringing you in, but in a friendly way, that it is not a dark box and you don't know what's inside of it. It's really a community building and it's
So my
friendly.
concern right now, thank you,
You're
is
welcome.
that I'm just worried about how much space there is outside covered. Like, can I,
Uh-huh.
it's so thin there. So that's just. point
It's a
noted.
great point. It's a
Then,
great point.
then just to keep moving, because I know we have the community building entry. We go around. That one, it's not very open. You had that other view. It was like, before it or? Was it after? There. Okay, so how, again, just the trees are blocking everything. So I'm trying to understand how I get in, just the same questions, just same questions, ditto. So,
Right.
because I can't see.
So the community space is about 40,000 square feet and there's retail space. So we're accommodating the ability to break it up into multiple retail, whether it's small and large and things of that sort. We're still working on the landscape, but the idea is that we pulled the building back. So there's a place for community to hang out. If they're waiting to come in, if they're meeting family before they go in,
Outside,
outside.
yeah, because you can't see it in this rendering.
Okay, so we
we'll-
need to,
Or just the landscape maybe. Just trying to
yeah, the whole
understand.
cactus,
Yeah,
yes.
just like questions. Okay,
Understood.
then, up above, you have these little, I don't know what they are. They're like boom,
Baguettes.
boom, 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 baguettes, but they're not really doing anything. And they're made out of, I'm just quote unquote, and they're made out of the terracotta. What's going on with that on the facade?
Well,
There they are.
I think we're taking the facade. So taking the facade and the modularity, it's opened up on the lower levels to give more flexibility to what might happen here. But as we were going up into this second and third floor, we wanted to break up the glass areas. We wanted to maximize the amount of glass that and translucency that can come through there. But these are, quite frankly, they're kind of more of a playful way to kind of break up the expanse of the glass and metal so that it introduces a shadow line. It creates, the sun will move around it. It does
The
change it.
Verticals in that
Yes.
first layer down below.
Yeah, and these two,
Those things.
those are doing the same thing, right? So it's really just, one of the things that was so striking about this site is how open it is. And the way that the sun will interact with the building surfaces, I think will be extraordinary. So we wanted to take advantage of that. And these little lines that you see here, sometimes they'll just be pops of bright color because of the fact that the sun is hitting it at a certain angle.
Clearly, we want it to be a building that is simple and has an understanding of the architecture. And in looking at the local architecture and the context, one could say, oh, break this up and make it look like all little buildings. But this is a civic building and we don't want to do that, nor would I believe you would want us to do that. So it was an architectural idiom to try to add a little bit of differentiation. And as John said, when the sun hits it at different times of the day, it will feel very different. So it's a very simple architectural element that
I
we.
guess we'd
Go ahead.
have to see it when you render it with the sun, but my concern is it's not doing enough to bring the scale. I mean, I'm not trying to make you do a postmodern facade. I just thinking that the facade could come down and scale
Mhm.
more. I think that's what you're saying,
Yes.
but I'm not understanding how it's doing that. So when you go back, it'd be great to see that at the ground level, like when I'm there, instead of across the street under that big freeway or whatever
Yeah.
I'm under. And then the
Great point.
retail, who is going to rent space in here? Just curious. I mean, I know you don't know that, but like who are the retail people? Just curious. Unclear.
We don't know. It's
I mean,
unclear.
like food or?
Yeah. I want to know, we don't
Starbucks.
have, we only have about 10 more, less than 10
Okay,
minutes
sorry.
with this
I
project.
just- Okay, you don't have to answer.
There,
just-
sorry, I'm Nina Gladstone
Yeah.
with the program managers. Right now, there is no program for it. There's going to be a community workshops and that will be in the future. There's been
Okay.
talk about, grocery stores because there's kind of a food desert here or other kind of stores
Okay,
like
great.
that, but we don't know at this time.
Okay, great. I'm done. Just want to see that plan of where the community comes in.
Well, really
Good shot.
great points,
Good
great
shot.
points.
Swag from them.
So maybe you can remain, both of you, for a moment. Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Hi, good morning. I have a question that maybe is more for DOC or DDC, and it's about the main entrance, but I have to get there by talking about the lobby. Are there going to be, in one of the renderings, it showed seating area, presumably for the public, for families waiting or others waiting to go in, and then it showed further back magnetometers.
John,
But
will you go to that?
But I'm wondering, is that totally realistic, DOC, do you think that the magnetometers are gonna be set that far back? And is there possibly going to be a situation where the mags are gonna be much closer to the front?
there's,
Entrance.
yes.
But in that case, are we going to have lines of people, family members, like sticking outside? In which case the rain protection, et cetera, is not going to be adequate. I'm just thinking of my
Right.
experience of going into buildings with security. It can be a slow process
Right.
and
It's a-
leave people
it's a-
exposed.
It's a great question. When people enter the building, there is a line of magnometers up front.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, not magnometers. There's a security elements that you immediately walk through once you get through sorry, Nina. And we have calculated, the DOC has, tried to estimate the amount of visitors we would have. And it's not just visitors to, persons in custody. It's people from the community coming in to get information.
Yeah.
It's people dropping off things for, persons in custody.
yeah.
So this is your first line of security. This is weapons detection. This is like what they have now in airports.
Uh-huh.
You walk through and immediately, the element will, make a sound if you go through. There are staff members here, and possibly here that will deal with that. So once you're here, you're through your first line of security.
Uh-huh.
With DOC, we studied having the entrance to going up into the building for the public up front and in the back. And basically, there's a very sort of realistic process that DOC is wanting to go through. You come into the building and you immediately you know where to go. There are people who you can ask about where to go. There's all different types of seating, and part of the things that we've learned is that, children and young family members coming to visit persons in custody, we want to make it welcoming and friendly for everyone. So there's a variety of seating, everything from nooks for seating, open area to look at your laptops or whatever before you go up. All different kinds of seating, restrooms, vending areas, and children's area that's protected. And then when you're ready to go upstairs, there's a registration desk, and then you go through your second level of security. So at all times, and in designing the building, we have studied sight lines, so that there's not any place in the building where you're not being viewed by a staff member.
Mhm.
And we've also created, which I think is a very humane way to deal with a correctional facility, the person in custody, when they are released, they're not released out into this big
Sure.
lobby. Oh. Done. I could.
You know
talk
what?
forever.
This is, what you're hearing is the clock, but we do need to bring it to a close.
Okay,
But there won't be a line.
I should
Well,
stop.
There won't be a line
I'll come
outside.
back to that at the
There
end.
won't be a line outside.
We're
and there
gonna-
are the levels of security.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. So Jimmy has a comment. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, what is the current cost estimate of the project? Does anyone have them?
I think our,
I'll bring the mic.
What?
It's just under $3 billion. It's between 2.9 and 3 billion.
Appreciate that perspective. I was going to ask about a library before, and then you briefly mentioned it. Where is it and what are the dimensions and who's going to use it?
it's on the second floor. It's on third. Oh, we keep moving around. It is on the front of the building, and the square footage. Larry, do you know the square footage? About 3,000 square feet. There's a myriad of services for the persons in custody, training, teaching, worshiping. The law library is a series of open desks where they can access materials. There are caseworkers, there's legal assistants who can help people with their endeavor, and it's a secure area, but it's filled with light. Part of the design of this building is about luminosity. It's about creating a humane environment, not just for people who work here, but for the persons in custody. So all of the services have visual access to light and air.
So
So it will depend on what the budget will be for the Department of Corrections to provide the services. There's nothing, you're providing the space, but whether or not that translating, that's probably beyond our purview.
right.
But they certainly have the space.
Yes, it's aspirational that we have that, and I obviously think it's important. Last comment, can you go to the view from St. Mary's Park to the facility? Yes. So I look, you've all done an incredible amount of work on a really difficult project, right? That you've been handed here. And you've used the word humane several times, which I appreciate. You've used the word dignity several times, which I appreciate. I just want to say for myself, I wish the children playing in this park weren't looking up at this enormous structure, which will be a jail. As they're playing on the field, they're looking at what is this enormous civic structure that the city is investing $3 billion in. And this is not a comment on your work necessarily, although I do think it looks, particularly from this vantage point, a little bit like a jail. And I wish that weren't the case. We are well beyond, right, determining whether or not we should be building this, right? That happened years ago and I voted no. But this is about, mainly Isabel and Lori's comments and others, but I just want to say that I do think that from this perspective in particular, I regret that that's what the people of this community are seeing in this massive $3 billion civic structure is something that isn't a library or a museum or even housing, but a jail. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Jimmy. And so I'm going to summarize the comments of my fellow commissioners, what we'd like to see when you come back the next time you present. And I'll summarize them in sort of three groups: the landscape, the entries, and then the building. Okay. So vis-a-vis the landscape, we would ask you to consider simplifying the landscape and whether there are planting beds are needed on both sides, the street side as well as the building side, in terms of thinking about the kind of sustainability of such small beds and small beds generally. And also we asked you, well, this is kind of an entry comment, but to think about the boulders and whether they really belong at in front of such a grand kind of height, public entry. Perhaps there is a distinction being made between circulation at that entry and other places that are more places of respite. So maybe the boulders can help define those different uses. Moving on to the entries, Lori asked in general about looking for differentiation between the entries and thinking about, I heard your description, Nancy, of the kind of careful work that you all did in making the movement from the main entry up into the cell area. I think it's highly likely that from now till the time when this building opens, that the magnetometers and the other security measures will shift around 1,000 times. And so therefore, we strongly encourage you to provide protection outdoors. It can't hurt, right? And if people end up standing in line outside of this $3 billion facility, and the people who should feel protected in the rain won't be, we'll have failed at our job. So I strongly encourage you to look at that idea of protection. And then finally, with the building, Lori asked for renderings of the sun on those baguettes that are the decorative element on the podium part of the building. And then with the upper part of the building, we didn't talk about that, but I would add that we don't really understand the reflectivity of these materials. And to Jimmy's point about the view from the distance, the last thing we want is kind of like heat shining onto places where it shouldn't be. So we would ask you to study the reflectivity and also the kind of materiality of that upper part and how that it is viewed from the distance, because the kind of paleness of the renderings makes the distinction between the glazing and the terracotta hard to read. And I think, in fact, it would be quite distinct. So maybe the renderings can help us understand what that differentiation is. I do want to end by recognizing, again, as Jimmy already did, we see the enormous thought and work that went into this very complex project. And also, I want to note, I see the work that you're doing, notwithstanding my agreement with Jimmy that $3 billion on a jail, but that's not our purview. I see the work, and we all see the work that you're doing to make this a more humane facility with light and air and outdoor space for those incarcerated to experience, and very much appreciate your efforts to do that in the context of this difficult project. So thank you, and we'll see you again when you next present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now give the next team a moment to assemble.
They're like the Apollo technology. How are you? Good to see you. I didn't know Sammy was involved.
Yeah.
You're the builder?
Part of what design builder was. Yeah.
We will now continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the construction of Metropolitan Park, Queens Future, including the construction of a gaming facility, resort, retail, events complex, and parking structures, the reconstruction of Shea Road, and adjacent site work adjacent to Citi Field Corona in Queens. I would ask the commissioners to hold your comments until the presentation is complete. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. And also please note that Commissioner Isabel Castilla is recused and she has left the room for this presentation. So welcome, hi Gail, and begin when ready.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, and attendees. I'm Gail Rothstein from EDC. I'd first like to thank you for all of the reviews and your feedback, and especially those of you who came to the 360 room at SHOP to support this major placemaking project. Your presenters today are Greg Pasquarelli from SHOP Architects and Matt Grunbaum from Field Operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. My name is Greg Pasquarelli. I'm one of the founding principals at SHOP Architects. We're also joined here today by Jim Allen, the CEO of Hard Rock International, Joe Emanuel, the Chief Design and Development Officer at Hard Rock International, and Michael Sullivan, Chief of Staff at Point 72 and the Mets. There's a lot to go through. We know we have a limited amount of time. I'll probably go quickly through some slides so that we can get to focus on more design issues. But if there's anything at any time that anyone would like to stop us to talk about, we're ready to go and make this more interactive. This is a slide we're going to go faster. So I think the key thing that we've been talking about is, yes, it's the site has been marked as is mapped as parkland, but as you can see, there's over 60 acres of asphalt surrounding Citi Field, and there's a long history there. The team has spent more than 4 years with over 1,000 meetings with the community, including 16 community workshops. Thousands and thousands of residents attended, and we really listened. And it was really a driver for everything that we did with the design. And these are the key things that we heard. And a request to expand the open space, to really think about the climate issues because the site is in a flood zone. Something that, you know, is currently used 80 or 90 days a year, really try to make it used 365 days a year. The community wanted more athletic fields and bike paths. They wanted to have something with entertainment and live music in the hotels, talking about creating jobs, supporting local and MWBE businesses, lots of community input, access to the waterfront, and bars and restaurants for people to use. So that was really the driver for the overall design. And we'll talk about how the design came about, but it was really this notion of taking what was 50 acres of asphalt and trying to create a 25-acre park. And then have the other buildings around that would connect to what the community was looking for. Where we are right now is we're just about completed with ULURP, waiting for mayor's signature, I believe. Is that the only thing left? We were 41-2 at the city council. And also, you know, went through 6 community boards on this project. That was the hardest ULURP I ever did, 6 community boards. So then next will be the CAC, the Community Advisory Committee, then the Location Siting Board, and then the Gaming Commission makes the decision by the end of the year. The RFA is due on June 27th. So we're working very hard to get as much input into that, and your feedback and your help so far has been incredibly helpful. I think we all know where the site is, but just locating it, kind of the key thing is between East Elmhurst, Corona, and Flushing, downtown Flushing, to the north part of Flushing Meadow, Corona Park, and again, and up near Flushing Bay. So the site itself never was a park. It is mapped as parkland, but it was a swamp. It was a garbage dump. It was a parking lot for the 39 World's Fair. It became a commuter parking lot after that. It was parking lot for the 64 World's Fair, and then for Shea Stadium. And then it flipped and they put the Citi Field on the east side and became a parking lot and the site of Citi Field. These were some of the original design drawings for the 39 World's Fair. We could see it was always important, this idea of connecting to the waterfront. That was the original plan. And then Moses over the years really sort of drove a lot of the highways through on that parkland, separating the park from the community and separating it from the waterfront. And this was the condition here. You see it when it was still Shea Stadium and the tennis center. The MTA is here, and the Whitestone sort of separating you from the marina. So from the very beginning, that was our idea, was how do we heal these issues that have happened over the decades? And the quick way to think about it was taking the 50 acres north of the 7 train, the 12 acres south, and thinking about taking those parking lots and putting it into structured parking and surface parking that was underneath this area, building it up out of the floodplain to put the new integrated resort on top. But most importantly, to make the east and west connections from Corona to Flushing, to the new neighborhood in Willets Point and the stadium, and most importantly, the largest part of the park driving north up to the waterfront. Here you can see the floodplain, so it's a tricky site to build in. It's changed over the years. When Citi Field was built, it was not in the floodplain. The floodplain changed after Sandy. And so the way that we're dealing with it is that The floodplain now is here at about +20. So we're leaving parking on the ground level. We're building one deck above, and then the sort of new platform for the entertainment complex and for the Taste of Queens are on top of a parking podium that gets all the new space out of the flood zone. So the key idea was that you had a kind of central location that began to give you views of the connective tissue and the way that we bring this whole neighborhood together that's been severed by the infrastructure and the parking lots for many years. So you could see that this idea, this is the front door connected to the mass transit of the LIRR and the 7 train, and really to think about that connection through to the waterfront and under the Whitestone Expressway. So here you could begin to see where the 25 acres of park would be. The idea is to get a lot of the playing fields as close to the community as possible, to open up park space on both sides of the 7 train, to get a large portion of the park to move forward towards the stadium and the new neighborhood, and then the main part of the park through to the marina. The entertainment complex has a music venue, has a main entry with a pedestrian bridge across because you're coming off of the new subway station, and you can come right across here. You can go down the stairs to the main piazza in front of Citi Field, and to sort of have this kind of access through the entertainment complex. And the idea is to kind of keep vehicular traffic on the outside and make the entire center of the project pedestrian only and park driven. The hotel towers were pushed to the west and the north and positioned as a series of a skyline that are as far away from the park as possible to limit the amount of shadows that go on the park. Their height limits are limited by the FAA because you're so close to LaGuardia. And then you could see, we spent a lot of time thinking about the bike lane connections, the pedestrian connections, the whole network. And Matt from Field Ops will go through some of that a little bit more.
Yeah, right. It's like that. Yep. All right, so as Greg mentioned, 25 acres of park space. And one key thing I want to just point out before we go into some of the connections is that this parkland will be operated and maintained by the joint venture here. So it won't be a burden on Parks Department. It's something that our team will be looking after. In terms of access in and out of the site, as Greg mentioned, we're redoing the MTA train station to make it fully ADA accessible, which it is not today. As you enter from the existing Passerelle, you'd come in at grade through a passageway and then land on this plaza. That plaza is kind of a point of orientation for the park. You can take a left, take a pedestrian bridge over to the integrated resort. You can take an elevator, which takes you down to Roosevelt Avenue, and stairs that take you down to Roosevelt Avenue. You can take the staircase down to the rotunda at City Hall, or you can take a right, and there is an ADA ramp that takes you down. There's 2 ramps, one that spits you out towards the park and one that takes you across this plaza space and then across to Willets East and the stadium. And a really key point is that, you know, with the new phase 1 development of Willets East, there's senior housing. So part of this ADA accessible train station is going to be very important. So seniors can actually get down and get across to the new housing. Moving into the park, as Greg mentioned, there's a very generous park space, 330 feet to around 400 feet. It slightly splays out. And then as you head north, and I'll get in a bit more detail into the program of that, but as you head north, we then have a pedestrian bridge. So you can come up the stairs. It's also paired with an elevator as well. Cross Shea Road. Part of the challenge today is the traffic and pedestrian intersect there, particularly on game day. This now removes pedestrians away from the road and they can come up, come over, and then we're also adding in a new pathway underneath the Whitestone to connect up to Flushing Bay. If you're connecting from the east, we have a bike lane and pedestrian pathway that then connects you across over to 34th Avenue. This is another tricky intersection today. Those of you that have been there know that that on-ramp, it's like, I'm going to steal Sully's words, playing Frogger, trying to cross that. So we're actually building a bridge here that pedestrians and cyclists can come over and then link up to 34th Avenue at the top. Another key point is a protected bike lane down Shea Road. Greg also mentioned the connection from Corona into our site. So on the north side, we have 125 feet from the existing viaduct structure to the building interface to create a very generous park-like experience as you head into the site. And then on the south, as Greg mentioned, we have sports courts and recreational uses and a new 12-foot wide sidewalk along there as well. And in terms of the park program, you know, a lot of what you see on the plan and what you've been looking at was derived from the community consultations that we've been having and what we've been hearing. We're also committed to working with Parks Department on further working on the program of the park as well. We're going to go take you down to ground level. Those of you that have been to the station know this is a very hard station to navigate, a lot of stairs coming up and down. This is where you would walk up, those doors would be open on game day, and then you'll traverse down the stairs to City Field. So as I mentioned, we're proposing to make a new pedestrian passageway. This is a non-ticketed area, so you could go from the Passerelle, which would be just behind us in this view, out to this plaza that, as I mentioned, that was the point of orientation to go down to City Field. There's a Taste of Queens, which will have celebrate a lot of the restaurants around Queens. And then looking back the other way, we're above the staircase coming down, landing on top of that plaza, looking back to the station, this public passageway, the Passerelle behind it. To the right here, you can see the ADA elevator that takes you down to Roosevelt, and to the left is the Taste of Queens. And again, you would go just slightly left of that to get to the ADA ramps that will take you down to Willits East or down to the park. And then turning around the view, City Field on the right, the new integrated resort on the left, and then you can see the generous park space that leads you up to the north.
Yeah, and I think the way we try to think about this project was to make a kind of civic building as the plinth, and then to have the kind of skyline of the hotel be various buildings that are pushed back towards the west side. And so the notion was that as this building came down and hit the park, it had a lot of activity. It had F&B, it had outdoor terraces, it has stairs that come up and down, and that you would see a kind of lot of live activity here connected to the park itself.
The existing condition where City Field obviously on the left, Roosevelt on the right, and this is looking towards the new Willits East development. The soccer stadium would be roughly located around there, yeah, around there. We have nothing to do with the soccer stadium. Yeah, correct. And then the proposed, we would be up on the upper level here with the Taste of Queens on our right. Just beyond here are the ADA ramps that take you down. There's ample space for outdoor seating underneath, pretty significant trees and tree canopy.
Is that the passage through right there where you go east?
This is one of them. This is the one up at the top in front of the market hall. And then the ramps are in the part where it's berming down. And then the main part of the park is on the same level as City Field, where you can walk at grade all the way across. So you're up at the top here.
I'm not on grade.
You are not on grade. We might have another image. Yeah, it's a good question.
And we can, after this, we can show you in the appendices that helps diagrammatically explain it. Yeah. Okay, we've been looking at the plan north to south, so we're rotating it here just to orientate you. Whitestone Expressway on the right, Roosevelt on the left, City Field below, the 50 acres of asphalt parking as Greg spoke about, and then the proposed conditions. So the idea of the park is you would walk from Roosevelt through a woodland forest, then come into the park space. We have this promenade that connects you north and south, and then the program situated off of that. Everything from picnic spaces, that's something we heard from the community, having large areas to have picnics. We've got this central lawn space, which is a recreational space, but also can act as a larger event space. It's about 1 acre, so similar size to Bryant Park lawn. We have an inclusive play area, a little under 1 acre. Another key point is we have these two berms, which actually are on top of the old Shea Stadium piles. So this starts to create a topographic enclosure for this central space. And then moving north, we have a larger dog run. And then we come up to the pedestrian bridge, up the stairs with the 2 elevators over Shea Road, and then back down to the Whitestone Expressway. Yes.
The housing, where's the housing relation?
It would be.
Down.
Down
here.
there.
Yeah. Sorry, we rotated to fit down.
Yes.
We'll rotate back soon. don't we? Kind of a really cool thing with this situation of the park is right where we're looking to put the stage is exactly where the Beatles played in 1965 on second base. So here's the overlay of the old Shea Stadium, the old piles, the two park berms I spoke about. And then right in the center of that lawn, well, right on axis with that lawn is the second base of the Beatles. Taking us into the existing condition, again, standing on that flat plane of asphalt. This is a view from looking into that lawn space. And I think, Jimmy, you made the comment about no synthetic lawn. We're committed to doing real grass. And then we're standing what we call shade gardens. So quite a horticultural botanical display, and behind that would have been the picnic area. Again, looking across, we've got the second base is kind of to our left, and then looking through the shade gardens, the shade lawn is to the left of this this image as well. And then taking a little step further back, as Greg mentioned, the stairs that come down from the integrated resort. We heard comments through the commissioning review to soften this up and add planting in. So we started to do that. We wanted to share that with you today to show some of the progress in doing that. You can see the pedestrian bridge to the left, and again, another ADA elevator up to that bridge to make sure that there is accessibility up to the upper level. Taking you down to Roosevelt. This is the existing condition along Roosevelt Avenue. Fence line, there's about a 12-foot wide of asphalt, pretty broken up pavement. We've got these beautiful existing elm trees. Our proposal is to retain the trees as much as possible, particularly the very healthy ones, putting in a two-lane protected bike lane, and then having a generous sidewalk that wraps around the back of the existing trees. And again, we have about 125 feet from the edge of this structure to the building face in this location. Taking us back into the site and looking towards the viaduct structure. Here you can get a sense of that park-like experience of walking through the landscape, the separation of the pedestrians and the protected bike lane. And then placed between them, we have ample bike parking, so you can park your bike and then get into the footway and then walk into the park. We're now on the south side of Roosevelt, looking towards the viaduct. And again, freeing up from the fence line, adding in significant trees and vegetation, putting in a new sidewalk of 12 foot wide, adding in new pedestrian crossings down Roosevelt to make sure it's safe and easy to cross. And then in the existing Southfield parking lot, adding in the sports courts. And again, this is something we're looking forward to working with Parks Department on, teasing out the exact program within these spaces. Taking you over to Shea Road. Existing condition, the fence, there's no pedestrian access around there today. Standing in the parking lot looking towards these existing oak trees. We're looking to retain those oak trees through coordination with Parks Department. We used to have this as a shared path. We've now got it as a protected, separated bike path with a 5 foot wide footway and adding in significant trees along the integrated resort edge.
And then we've been working on the structured parking. We got a lot of great feedback from some of our commissioners, just talking about internalizing some of the vertical circulation, cleaning up the massing, really getting sort of wider and higher signs for the passageway of Shea Road going through the middle. We're still working on the screening, but it's to have this notion of a kind of unified screen all the way around. There are some existing signs on Citi Field that will be relocated to the garage, but we're still working on that portion. But it's now becoming quite efficient. And then you could see from the future development in Willets Point, which would be kind of right behind here, there's now bike paths and sidewalks and ability to get to the northern end of the park north of the garage. This is looking from the other side again, sort of aligning this facade with Citi Field. There's connective bridges from parking into Citi Field as well. getting the plantings in front, making a clear pedestrian path to get into the garage. And then this is part of the walkway that gets you to the bridge over to the marina. And then just looking at, this is the new bridge for the bike path. Right now, you actually cross on an exit ramp or an entrance ramp of the Grand Central Parkway. It's pretty terrifying. So this solves this problem and really makes a strong connection to East Elmhurst. And then this is looking through that part, what we call now Pork Chop Hill, which is part of the park, looking back towards the Port Cochere entry to the integrated resort.
We can pause there and
And
take any
that's-
questions.
As fast as we could do that.
Yeah.
So thank you. That was very comprehensive and fast, and it's a very, very complex project, and we appreciate all the work that has been done we heard your description of the extensive community outreach that you did and all of the meetings. We saw what you presented, Greg, in terms of what the community asked for. So I'm going to begin commissioners' comments by asking commissioners to speak. We want to make sure that the communities that surround this, that already exist, for example, Corona to the west, and the ones that will exist and be equally dense and populous to the east, right? They don't yet, but they will. We want to make sure that all of those New York City residents can feel welcome to use these new spaces and access the new spaces in an optimal fashion. So I'm going to direct our initial comments to, and it's really a question for the two of you, to walk us through the different kind of ways that folks will enter. So I'll begin by asking, if I'm coming from the new developments to the east, and there will be tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people living there, and I want to go into the park or to Pork Chop Hill or to get to the waterfront, what exactly is my experience walking and on bike?
Yeah.
What am I walking through? What am I seeing? What am I feeling? How do I do, if I want to go there every day with my child and I have a stroller, like what is that like?
Okay, great. I can kick it off from, I'll start here and we'll work out.
Yeah, and commissioners, I invite you to, we're going to work our way around this site and we'll look at every point of entry for the public, because that's who we represent. So I ask you to just please add in your comments, because I think this is a good way to organize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And if I block the screen, you can't see, just yell at me. So if you're heading from Willets East here, we have a crosswalk across Seaver Way. You would come through this Flex Plaza. So there's a stand of existing trees and we're planting a new line of trees here. So you walk through an alley of trees. This is just a driveway for the parking structure. So there's another crosswalk here that you would then be able to walk into the park. This is all at the same grade. You're not.
And what's on my right where the trees are on the left? That's that gray triangle. Is that where the bus is?
This is the players parking lot that is currently there today that we're keeping in place. So
I'm wondering, like, given the massive amounts of parking structures that are coming here, and the number of people who will be walking through that relatively narrow area, is it necessary to keep that parking lot there?
it has to be close to the stadium because it's where the actual players take their cars, leave and then walk in. So that was one of the biggest reasons for keeping it there. I don't know if we've got any.
You know, it's just, it has to have a security. And so to put the players somewhere else, there's no way for them to get to the stadium. That was the.
Yeah, why is that, Greg?
What's
but-
wrong? I'm sorry.
Okay, I got it. Okay, just was asking, there's no other place. Why do we have to have on-grade? Because one of your drivers initially had to do with getting rid of asphalt area, open space, 365-day use for the community, you know, so just to come back to that, I'm wondering why that asphalt is there right in one of the larger areas where people are coming, and are buses going to be parking there temporarily?
We had originally thought about that because there are, I don't know, half a dozen days a year where they have camp buses come. And so there was an idea of making this a plaza that on those half a dozen days you could do it, but we have decided with your guidance to not do that. So there will not be any parking on there whatsoever. It'll be more for farmers markets or
We're
events.
just left with the asphalt for the players. parking
Yes,
lot.
sure, please, Sully.
Yeah, we're fortunate to have a lot of interest in our players and interacting with them. And we do make opportunities for people to do autographs and that kind of thing. The clubhouse, the locker rooms where the players, change before games and work out and, eat and with their trainers is right here on our first baseline. And so this lot here gives us the ability to get the players in and out safely without getting mobbed before or after a game. So to put them in one of the remote garages where, they'd be walking through the throng of fans before and after games, I think creates a condition for them where, they don't have the ability to get in and out, safely. So this is.
Yeah,
this is
how
the
many
existing-
days a year are the players using that space?
Well, we have 81 home games. Hopefully we make the playoffs and it's a bunch more. But they also will come
Best
in.
scenario for you guys, how many days a year would you use that parking?
It depends on whether some of the players will come and work out at the ballpark on non-game days as well. So maybe call it 100 and change, something like that. That the players are actively using that lot. If somebody wants to come and work out and train and meet with their trainer or get PT, maybe more often than that.
Can I just ask, currently watching the new documentary of the Red Sox, thank you. And a little sensitive to security issues because Jaron Duran and other players are being attacked regularly, right? So I get that. I guess my only question is it as small as it can be, right? I actually understand the security aspect for the players. The players need to be safe, and often they're not. They're like celebrities, right? And people can harm them. But is it as small as it could be?
It's the exact current size of the current
Yeah,
lot.
we didn't disturb this lot, Commissioner. Basically, we added the new park space all the way around it, but we left it as is. It's, just eyeballing it is full on a game day.
Sorry. Is there a way, I think Jimmy's exactly right. We would be concerned in general for the safety of the players. Would it not make sense? In a way, maybe you can explain to me why it's safer for them to be above ground where they have to walk out of doors than to perhaps forge either an underground connection from here or to sink another underground parking area there?
So this is a gated off lot. It's right up against the building outside of any fan or other pedestrian access. So they come in off Seaver. They come in through this gate here. The security lets them through a car at a time, opens the gate. And so, they're not exposed to the throngs of fans, everywhere else around the ballpark. They're in this fenced off lot and they walk right into the side of the building at grade and into the locker room.
Right, but what I'm wondering is, like, we know that fences are porous and people can do crazy things. I'm just wondering if we would not achieve two goals: increase safety for the players and a more felicitous connection from the east this way. If that I'm wondering if it's worth studying whether that player parking can be more secure, both more secure, and that the entry can be more space were we to put it underground. I'm not quite understanding why
Well,
above ground
we
is
can't go
safe.
down because of the water table. So everything is at grade or above. We haven't gone down because of the floodplain with anything. But I don't know, maybe Field Ops, you could help me with the width of this plaza area here. But we've never had an intrusion in that lot that I'm aware of.
Right.
The fences are high and it's very secure. But we could certainly work with this flex plaza area to create more openings if you're worried about the
Yeah.
width of the passageway through.
Totally, yeah.
I think that's something you guys.
I think
could-
that's a good idea.
And maybe you can take a look at thinking about, I understand that we can't, rather not below grade, but there's ways that you can manipulate the grade to put parking. I share Jimmy's concern about player safety, and I just think that having that there where everyone will know it's there all the time, and even if it's right close up to the stadium, it's not optimal in my view, and it's also not optimal for the public coming from the east. So I think you understand we're going to, so let's move on now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sully. So let's move on to this corner now. Can you walk us through? I'm coming from up there. How do I get around?
Yeah, so if you're coming from here, you can cross the signaled
crossing here and bike or pedestrian. There's a bike lane and pedestrian pathway that can take you into the park this way. You can come up over the bridge and get into the park, or you can cross another signaled walk and continue on to 34th Avenue.
Okay, and I'm going to, and we'll come back to the character of that piece right there.
Yeah.
But can you walk us through, I'm coming to this point and I want to go to the waterfront. What's my experience like in this walk?
Yeah, for sure. So you can continue to walk here. There's a footpath heading north underneath the white stone. We can jump to a slide that can show.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Just got a 102.
Yeah.
I think she could go
Oh,
automatically.
you can go? Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Save me
Much better.
my finger.
Yeah.
And 103.
So.
102 section.
So
yeah,
now I'm looking south in that rendering,
Yeah,
right?
correct.
Yes, you were, correct.
Yeah. So here's a section through, this is the park side. So you would come up the stairs, cross the bridge. We have the two elevators. Shea Road is here. This takes you down, sorry if I'm blocking the view for anyone, down underneath the viaduct. And if you go back to the view, this is underneath the viaduct, looking back towards that bridge, a new pedestrian sidewalk, making it ADA accessible. Currently, if you've been under there, the cross slope is not, it's quite steep actually. So we'll level that out to make sure we have the right cross slopes. And then that will take you north, and there's a signal crossing to then get across to the waterfront along Flushing Bay.
So if I have a bike or a stroller or I'm in a wheelchair, I'm going to take the elevator up, go across, elevator back down, then I'm going through here.
Yes, if we can go back to the plan, because one thing we are looking at in response to part of these comments is, and sorry to make you jump.
I mean, I should say, we understand it's a very complex project and we appreciate you jumping around like this.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries, no worries. Great. So one thing we are looking at with the team is on non-game days, this is incredibly important for game days, so we can exit all the vehicles down out of Shea Road.
Yeah.
So on non-game days, we're looking at a way of potentially doing a pedestrian crossing here. So if you were on the north side, you can then come into the park without coming up and over the bridge. So the crossing would be at grade. Except game days, you would have to have.
What
that
am I
bridge.
walking through? Is that right? Okay, so let's say I want to come into the park. Am I walking through a parking lot or what?
No, no, that's
No,
all
parking
green.
lot is here.
That's all green on top and on bottom. It's just that one part of shape.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things is we're dealing with a lot of legacy roadways
Yeah,
that are
yeah.
causing a lot of the traffic. So by cleaning up Shea Road and one of the biggest conflict points is people are pouring out of the parking lots and the cars are pouring out of the parking lots and people are trying to cross to go to the marina lots. And they literally have to stop traffic for 15 minutes at a time when people cross. So by eliminating that conflict and getting people up over the bridge, it's going to get people out of the garages and onto the highways much faster. So it's a big part of what we're doing to not let it spill back into the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's only 81 days a year plus playoffs. So another 14, 12.
It'd be great to see the view looking north.
That's true. That's a very good point. That's a very good
Go
point.
for it.
That's an
Sorry,
excellent point.
Laurie, you've been.
I said it'd be great to see the view looking north because we were looking back and we saw some food trucks.
We were just sort of
I
saying
think we
maybe
do.
food trucks
We're
were
not in this
underneath
deck, yeah.
underneath the highway. That was just a kind of proposal of making it something for people on their way to the game or home. We do have an image looking to the north.
I don't think in this deck.
Oh, we don't?
Yeah,
Okay,
not in this deck, yeah.
sorry.
Um,
We will get that to you.
There was another question on bikes, if you're on a bike and how would you traverse? So that is a footway. The bike lane we have on the western side. So that links up better to 34th Avenue that you can come across, get underneath and then head up to Flushing Bay.
Can you just, Jimmy has a comment, but before you go, can you describe, what does it feel like to be on a bike path or walk there? It's a large structure, right?
Mhm.
So that's on one side, the expressway is on the other side. What's the dimension of those paths here?
Yeah,
What's the
we're-
character of it?
Yeah, for sure. We're at about 100 feet from edge of the Whitestone to edge of the building here. The idea is that this would be planted. We have the bike lane and pathway, so it's shared. across through here. So you would be coming across via landscape, and then you'd have the Whitestone on your right if you're heading west. And then come into another kind of planted zone at the intersections here.
There's one other thing, which is that Shea Road actually also goes directly through the garage. We're trying to make that as wide as possible, as lit and with wide sidewalks. So some people, especially probably on cold or rainy days, might actually cut through the garage to get there as well. So
I
there's,
think they will, yeah.
I think they will too. So we're
Yeah.
trying to make that really inviting and pedestrian friendly.
Do you
It'd be
have an
great to
image
see
of that, what
views,
that's
yeah.
like now?
We probably do, I think,
Because I think last time we saw the presentation, there wasn't yet an image of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just sort of showing it. You can see there's pedestrian walkways on each side. We're still working on the lighting and everything else, but it's this idea that there is this large inviting way to get through the garage.
And what's the dimension of the pedestrian walkways?
on the south, it's 10 feet. On the north, it's 8 feet.
So 18 feet total.
Yes.
Oh, there you can see a little bit of it. Yes.
This is the approach from the east.
It'd just be great to see that.
You have a
closer
hard
up.
stop,
Yeah.
so let's get your comments. And then we'll come.
Yeah.
Oh, here,
That's where you walk the blue area.
yes. On both sides.
How wide is that?
10 feet on the south and 8 feet on the north.
Okay, so I had a couple questions back on the plan. What I was wondering, I'm going to start at the northeast corner, and you had a large sign on the outside of the
Mhm,
building. What's
mhm.
behind that sign?
Parking.
I mean, is it a piece of fabric? What exactly is that thing? You showed a view of.
That
There
it
you
was
go.
one. soda.
One soda.
It's currently on City Field. There are video boards facing
Oh,
the
it's a
white
video
zone.
board.
So it's the concept
So
is
it's
that it would be a
solid
replacement.
Video board replacing the concrete wall
Yes.
that was there.
And we
Okay.
removed the concrete wall on the east side as well. So, yeah, I mean, well, this is the other side. So this is
Right.
where this is on the park side.
Mhm.
And so here you can see what we had before with the vertical transportation circulation. This is now what it looks like.
So that other sign that's orangey, hard rock,
Yeah.
whatever, that's a video board?
Yeah, so we don't, what the issue is right now is that we've got, the boards are on City Field, but it's set farther back from the Whitestone currently. So when the garage pushes the building closer to the Whitestone, we don't know if we have to study this, if they'll be visible when you're driving on the Whitestone. So we may have to put them on the east and west facades of the garage, but this all remains.
So
to
those
be
are for the
studied.
people driving.
Yeah,
'Cause you
exactly.
see them in the park. That's what's unfortunate.
Just to clarify,
Please.
so when you're in the park, there's a gigantic video board looming over you in the
If you can
park?
go to the plan, that would be helpful, please. Thank you. Yeah. The board would be here,
Why is it on the north?
Yeah.
where it may be, that's correct.
Seems like it should be here.
Yeah.
So we're open to that. We're studying it. The whole thing is that currently it's here, back here.
Mhm.
So when you're on the road, you can see it. We just don't know if you get that close, if it's still visible, but we are studying it. And I think that that's our preference to put it there, but we're trying to look at that.
My preference would be no video signs on the park. To be clear. And then the one on the north corner that faces the Whitestone, correct? The one is here? the one you
Yes,
showed us is
yes.
Right there.
That's correct.
And that's right up against that greenway, for better or worse. I mean, I'm just wondering, does it have to go all the way to the, how, it's really for the cars. Can we study
Right.
the
We-
car? view?
Absolutely.
Because I understand, want to know where this is.
Yes.
I mean, you talked a great deal about how much the community is looking for more green space.
Mhm.
And typically a green space that has a lot of commercial video advertisements at scale is not a peaceable experience of nature. So we would request that you would move that elsewhere.
We understand.
Yeah. One more question. South of the parking structure, and then before you get to the stadium, there's this gray area.
Yes,
Which
here.
used to be open. It's no longer open,
No, it's open to the sky. That's the back of
but
house
I
and the,
can't walk.
You can't walk and
Nobody
you
can
can't
walk
walk
through.
today. It's fenced in and it's the back of house of City Field. It's
Okay.
basically where all their trucks and broadcasting equipment and so that's
That's Cuso.
this, right, that's the service
Okay.
lot. So we built just north of that and that remains open to the sky.
And then you've wrapped that piece of concrete circulation from the parking is now absorbed into the building
Yes,
and it's wrapped with the facade of the parking.
yes.
And then I wanted to see more views, maybe we have to see them another time, along Seaver. I'm a person on Seaver
Mhm.
and I'm trying to figure out how to get to my park.
Yeah.
So you showed
We have an image from,
one, right?
that's on Seaver, but that's kind of looking at the grass. So this is the end of City Field. That's their back of house, which has a fence. This is looking north towards the Whitestone. The park entry is over here. This would be basically the soccer stadium and housing on that side. There's a better one. I don't know if we have it.
Showing me where I can't go.
That is showing you where you can't go. I mean, there's this part. This is the part you were asking about. What is it like between the Whitestone and the,
And then
And the
can that sign, it's going all the way down to the ground, can it be higher? So it addresses your Whitestone and not the people. It's like people. I'm thinking about the people.
we understand.
So,
I think that's a good idea and we will study that.
okay, other question. I'm coming from this area and I'm trying to walk through my park and get over to the pork chop. Is that what it's called?
Mhm. Pork chop.
They're
It's
called-
called
no, I
Pork
don't
Chop
know
Hill.
what to call it.
It's
Because
shaped like a
that's
pork
what it is.
chop.
Because if you look at it here, it kind of looks like a
That's the
pork
pork
chop.
chop.
So that's what the Mets call it.
So you're coming,
What-
I squeeze south of the parking in the southeast corner.
Southeast
Yeah,
corner here.
squeeze south of the players parking lot. I'm coming from where I live. I
Right.
live in Willets Point.
Right.
I'm coming through, squeeze, walk under the big awning, walk.
And then you
And go
cross.
over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then you cross here. So you come over and then cross there.
Okay. You can't walk more diagonally, more directly?
Or, I mean, you could come
I-
this way.
But I can't, I have to go up and go make a sharp left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to keep the pedestrians out of, this is really where the flow to the integrated resort is. And one of the key things we also tried to do is get all the service inside the building. So there's no service area outside. It's all contained within. And so that's the main access point for the trucks and service to come
I
in
guess
and
I
out.
lament that, but the next one is below. I'm
Mhm.
looking at the surface parking at the Passerelle.
Yes.
Yes, and the field and the game, those courts and things that you put in. On the right is parking, surface parking. So again, with your drivers, I'm referring to your drivers.
Mhm.
You told me, so now why is there surface parking there? Is it like, because I'm just confused about that surface parking.
Go ahead. Or I can do it, whatever you want. Yep.
So we have a obligation to maintain some commuter parking for people that commute to work using the 7 line. We've agreed to maintain, we as a courtesy today provide parking spaces for the Parks Department, whose building is down here. And so it'll serve those two uses. Yes,
The Parks Department doesn't have their own parking?
they have some, but we provide overflow parking for them.
Yeah.
Just, and we'll talk about generally, but.
Yeah, we support putting accommodating the Parks Department parking in parking garages and open parking. But the connections and the impression of the edges to the community are important to us.
Right, and we'll come back to that, but I'm asking specifically right now, Lori raised the question of whether this needs to be a large surface parking lot to accommodate commuters and Parks Department, for example, could there be spaces here? That's what I'm asking about.
It doesn't have to be surface, it could be in a structure.
Right,
Um,
and could it be in this structure? Because there's a big parking garage right there.
I think that's for the designers to answer, but yeah, we just, we would like to retain some Parks Department parking. 'Cause there's
Understood.
no space.
Got it.
And it could be in any form. We'd want it, the perimeter to look good and it to be integrated with the park.
So did the team study whether, because that's an awful lot of space, and understanding that that south strip, south of Roosevelt, is really where most people who live in Corona or Willits will come. I mean, this space in between, as lovely as it may be, is really passive space, more or less, unless you have a kid playing on a playground. What's really, there's a desperate need for is the kind of active play that you're providing for here.
Mhm.
And that's not like a whole lot, and that could be a whole lot more. So did you study other solutions for that?
Well, it's, what is it? It's 5 acres.
Yeah, about 5 acres of sports fields down here. But to your point here, I mean, that's something we can go away and look at the parking numbers. We have to
Great.
get certain parking counts, obviously, not just parks, but to service the stadium and so forth. But we can go back and take a look at that. to
That'd
see
be great. And maybe there's a way to kind of shift that way. So this is, just ways of making that, because it strikes us that, here's like the main place where all of the folks who live here and all of the folks who live here are mostly going to use that.
Yeah.
And why use that for that, right?
We will look at it.
Okay, thank you. Lori, I'm ceding to you still. Well, I know you have to go, and then we'll continue. All right, well then let's continue to move around the site. We were in the north here. Did you want to add something
Yes.
about that site?
I just want to concur that the video monitor should not face the public park. Completely agree with that. And then can you go back to the image of the garage from the park, showing the walkway that connects that garage with the stadium? Yeah, that one.
There we go.
Yeah, so first I want to acknowledge that you've already changed this in response to commissioner feedback, right? I acknowledge that. And this is better than the first one, I think, that we saw. But I still think that it could better have a better relationship with the stadium, which is beautiful. Like, you're literally connected to the stadium here. And you have one of the most beautiful stadiums in the country. And then you've got this garage that's literally attached to it. And I think there's still some work to be done. The brick, the facade, the Ebbets Field inspired entryway to Citi Field is so gorgeous, right? And everybody loves it. And I just wish that the garage could draw some inspiration, some more inspiration from one of the most beautiful stadiums in the country. It's a work in progress. We've already changed it. I encourage you to continue to look at ways that it could be as inspirational and uplifting. And this is not just to Mets fans, right? I too, as the only Queens resident here, am very sensitive to how people from Queens are receiving this. And I think we could do better.
Understood.
I do want to say, I thought I heard you say that the Shea lawn is going to be grass. There's a commitment to that. I also love that on behalf of the people of Queens. I think that's really, really important. I asked, I think when I was in the 360 room, about the passerelle and the status of the boardwalk, which I walk often. I play tennis at the tennis center on Saturday night. It's in atrocious shape. I always think it's going to be better for the US Open, and then it's not. Everyone's still trying not to, get tripped up by the boards that are uneven. Is there an ability for us to help Parks get that under control as part of this project?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. We would also like to see a beautiful, safe passerelle. We have a lot of fans before and after games that'll traverse it, going back to the Long Island Railroad. It's part of a ongoing discussion with the EDC. We have offered as part of the work that we will be doing on the MTA station to do the construction to rehabilitate that area. If there's, city dollars that can be put towards it, my understanding is there are significant existing dollars that have been set aside for that. And so it's something that we were talking to the EDC about.
I think that would mean a lot to people. I also, because we're talking about it, Deborah already passed this, looking out into the marina. That's particularly important because earlier today we were discussing the actual marina renovation project, right? The Parks is undergoing. So your passageway right up there at the top there, right? We'll be looking out into an even more beautiful and improved marina experience. So I think what you're doing there in terms of brightening up that underpass, which is it's really important. I have other things, but Deborah, you want to go around?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's helpful, but I want to say. But why don't you weigh in,
Yeah,
Lori, with
one more
whatever?
comment, because I have a hard stop here, but
Yeah.
so looking at that last view we had, if we go back to that, I'm looking up at that corner,
Like there.
the corner where you fix the parking exit egress.
Mhm.
But down at the ground, there's a lot of planting right now.
Mhm.
And there's, behind those trees is a concrete wall. And I think that's where you told me I'm supposed to walk, if I'm not mistaken. I'm
Yeah.
supposed to go up and make a sharp left. And I'm worried about the extent of concrete at the pedestrian level. And I'd like to know what that's like at a future view.
Yes, we will draw that in the future view because it is not as bad as you imagine it.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Great.
Lori, do you have more comments before you? Okay, all right. So
Thank
now
you,
let's just,
Commissioner.
can we go back to the plan, Matt? Okay, great. Now, can you walk us around the Port Cochere,
Shea Road.
around the Port Cochere?
Oh, yeah, ground level.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so ground level, if you're coming from Roosevelt, there's a protected bike lane and a 5-foot wide footpath that will take you around here. There's a crosswalk, a crossing. And then as you come along, you go underneath the Port Cochere. And then here is part of the main drive entrance into the integrated resort. So there's another signal crossing there. And then you would come around and then be able to cross up to Pork Chop and then continue on 34th Avenue or north along the Whitestone.
Or continue to the main part of the park.
Yeah, and so this is all separated and protected two-way bike lane and a 5-foot wide sidewalk.
Okay, so let's take it in sort of two parts. If I'm coming from Corona
Mhm.
and I want to get to the waterfront, what's my experience like?
So if you were cycling, you would come in from Corona. I mean, this area here right now, there's not actually a cycleway outside of our property boundary. So our property boundary stops here and we're picking up cyclists at this point. They would be able to come down Shea Road and traverse that, get that direction that I had mentioned before, and then come across and then go north. If you were a pedestrian, you would most likely walk straight through the park.
Okay,
So we tried to, I mean, a big part of the master plan was trying to separate cyclists from pedestrians from that central park space. So we could keep them moving much faster along Shea Road and not have that conflict of pedestrians and people using the park and cyclists.
so how will I know if I'm coming in from Corona? Intuitively, you would want to, if I'm going to the boat basin, make my way around that western side, like how will I know I'm supposed to go through it?
Yeah, I mean, part of that will be signage and wayfinding as well at that intersection.
Right,
And, we've been talking about that intersection having something to where it feels like a bit of a landing spot and that you're coming into this parkland. So not.
do you
just
have any
wait-
rendering of that? And-
No, we will next time. That's something we want to work on.
Okay,
There's a 15-foot grade difference here as well. So if you were walking on this sidewalk, you'd be able to look over and see that. But it's a tricky little area to navigate. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible.
I see. Okay, so for the next time.
Yes.
And then on the, if I'm going just straight, because I want to go into those fields on the south, or if I'm heading to Willits, right now I'm walking between the elevated roadway, Roosevelt, and the parking structure,
Mhm.
and this one's the music venue, right?
This
Like-
is the taste, right, that's the music.
Right, exactly. So it seems those are very close to all of that. Can you talk about the dimensions and maybe show us what
Yeah.
that it feels like?
We have a dimension plan that I can pull up. Yeah. So from the edge of the train viaduct to the edge of the building in this point is 125 feet. And then as the music venue pushes out, we have 75 feet, which again is pretty generous. And then as we head further north, the Taste of Queens is 57 feet from the edge of the train viaduct to the building. We also have a series of crosswalks, so it's not just the Experience North, but people getting towards the Southfield Parklands. So we have a crosswalk right at the entrance here that can take you across in, and then another crosswalk in the middle. So if you're playing in the sports fields, you can come into the park that way as well.
So do you have a section through that where it's 57 feet and where it's 75 feet?
We do. We have a series of sections. Okay, if we can go from 88 and then scroll. 88 is existing condition. So this was that fence line that we showed the previous view from. There's a grade down to the existing parking lot. And then if we go to next, this is the proposed, so it's 125 feet. So this is the property line, the right-of-way line. We have the 10-foot wide two-way bike lane, the existing trees we're retaining. We've worked really hard to get the sidewalk to work with the grading. So it's all ADA accessible, but keeping out of the tree roots as much as possible. And then giving us, even from past the bike lane to the building frontage, 115 feet of space.
So that's B is the music venue?
No, this is the parking towards the east. You could see the outline of the music
Yeah, if
venue
we go
here,
to-
which will be the next section.
Oh,
Go
I
to-
see, I
click
see.
to Next, so as we head further east, go to, maybe I can. Oh, okay. cool.
Okay, now we're further east.
Yeah, and then we head further east. This is Taste of Queens.
Much farther east, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing we did, I think, was of the advice of one of the commissioners, was look even further east. This is not our project. This is the Willets East.
Mm.
So this only has. think
Oh, I
it's-
see, I see.
Yeah,
what
it's
it's at.
much closer. So
Yeah, yeah.
we've given a lot more space on our project site, and then it gets narrower the further east you go out of our site.
So this is beyond
This is
your,
beyond.
It's beyond.
got it.
The slide where you're coming from Corona, and there's a bike path, it's along Roosevelt Avenue. So the
Back.
Roosevelt Avenue looking east, right, from the ground level. This guy always knows which number the slide is.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I'm losing my clicking ability.
You want to plan or view?
It's
View.
the view, Roosevelt Avenue. Probably the full screen.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, the
full
one-
screen,
the
full
before and
screen one
the
in the main
after.
presentation. Yeah, perfect.
So the sidewalk is how wide?
That's 12 feet.
That one's 12 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you've got, I guess, the curb there, right?
Yeah, so there's a curb, there's a strip where the columns land
Yeah,
that we're avoiding adding anything to.
sure.
Then we have the 2-lane protected bike lane, which is 10 feet. Then the width of the planter expands and contracts. But where the sidewalk is actually located is to keep out of those existing elm tree roots as much as possible. And there's even a few cherries there that we're trying to retain. So that kind of meanders along that northern edge to try and retain as many of those existing trees as possible.
Right. And this is the entry from Corona.
Corona, yeah.
Correct. So
Exactly.
that entry would be just behind us.
Right. And it's important for that to be incredibly welcoming for the folks in Corona. Obviously, I just recognize all this is more welcoming than you currently see today. Let's be fair, right? It's a big old concrete parking lot. But that garage is also what people in Corona will see, right? As they are walking up into a gorgeous public park that's just beyond that facility, that building. That building, the same treatment as the one that we're envisioning in the northeast corner.
That is the goal.
So then I would, while it's not connected to Citi Field, I also think they can be more inviting and less imposing as just sort of a,
Mhm.
you know, a very tall garage as people are coming in. And are all the sidewalks along the perimeter 12 feet?
No, they're 12 feet along Roosevelt, because we expect a lot more people to walk down there. Shea Road is down to 5 feet. Because we see that as predominantly 2-lane bike lane, and we're trying to protect the existing oak trees along there as well. So that's limiting us with a little bit of space there. And then Seaver, I think we have 12 feet or 10 feet along there, but we can get that.
I'm a big bike lane guy, and Jim Burke is a personal friend. But I wonder if there's a way to even give pedestrians more than 5 feet.
Along Shea Road, yes.
And are you guys open to pursuing?
We can definitely study that, yes.
It's tight there, but we will do what we can.
What is your initiative? But if I'm running this bike path or a pedestrian and I want to go south, what is the cross like?
If you wanted to cross to the, yes.
Multiple.
Yeah, there's multiple crossings. We may go to the signal. There's a signal diagram that will show you where there's signals at crosswalks versus just do it.
I assume that if I'm coming to Pomona, I would walk on that north side of Roosevelt till I was ready to cross.
Yes, yeah, and we have, I don't want to give the number until I see the diagram, so not misspeak, but we do have ample crosswalks along there.
Okay.
But I think the south side is just as welcoming, if not more, with light coming through. So I think they're two different feelings, but one's more athletic fields and one's more passive recreation.
Yeah, we haven't seen so many, the renderings that understand the focus more on the west side.
Yes.
Yeah. And I know we kind of mentioned to do another walkthrough to give you the experience of actually going south. And so we owe that to the commissioners, and next time we come, we'll have that. But in terms of crosswalks, we have the signal crosswalk on the west. There's also one closer to the center, and then there's one along Seaver as well.
Yeah, they're missing.
Yeah.
As I stated earlier, it's a very complex project. There are many elements, and we've only been talking about circulation and the landscape. Before I sort of try to move things along, I want to make sure everyone here, and Manuel, you should speak next. We haven't really touched on the massing or the materiality, design of the buildings. So we can touch on that, but all of you should weigh in to however you like. Manuel, would you like to go first?
Yeah, this is just a general comment, but I think relates to the circulation. It's more a question about the branding, which will play out, I think, like the signage. So, you don't have to answer these right now, but maybe with the next presentation too. Is it called Metropolitan Park? Is that the name? Because, we discussed this before too. It is kind of a campus with like the Taste of Queens, the Hotel and Resort, City Field and the park. Is it a campus, and it should be named as such, say in the signage and wayfinding. And there are also, there are a lot of private and public elements here too. And then, the Mets state or, City Field is kind of in between because it's privately owned, but, it is this, very iconic symbol, for New York as well. So I think that's just a general comment. How do you know when you enter the campus? Is that named as such? How do you label the parks that are NYC parks? How do you involve that signage? And then also the kind of elements like, the DOT signage, if that plays a role as well. I think those elements like the DOT signage, the green kind of like bike pathways do help to give it more of a public sense as a public place, interacting with these kind of like private elements as well. And then, I noticed and saw like some of the benches, they're the standard kind of like park benches, but they're occasionally colored orange. I think that's a really good strategy. I think Parks obviously has to weigh into that too, but I like taking those kind of standardized elements and then just, giving this kind of a, orange element to it too. And I think generally, I would say in the public spaces, if you can play up the kind of Mets sort of like history, I'm personally a fan of that, versus, like kind of like Hard Rock Cafe and other things as well. Although, I should say, actually, I was a big fan of Hard Rock Cafe growing up, and I used to collect the t-shirts in different cities. But I think another thing too is that, is the Hard Rock Cafe branding on top of the hotel buildings, is as many as we've seen, is that really necessary? So I think just the wayfinding is going to be very complex in terms of, being clear and telling people where they need to go and just functioning, but also, giving you a sense of like, what is public, what is private, et cetera. So, I think the kind of logo of the New York Mets too, like with the kind of curved serifs, that harkens back to like Polo Grounds, the original Metropolitans too.
Yep.
So I think looking at that too could be a fun exercise as well. But I guess, yeah, is it called Metropolitan Park? Is that what the whole campus is called? And if that's the case, how do you know when you've entered it and when you've left, and how, didactic an experience is that?
Yeah, and I think that next time we come to you all, we can definitely have that a bit more drawn out and visualized. I think it comes to the point of how do you know you arrived, point of arrival,
Yeah.
finding to all these moments. So yeah, I agree with all those comments, and something we're working on now, we're really excited about. And particularly your comment on the history of the site and, all the partnerships we have around the site, and being able to elevate that and bring that out in the public realm, I think is a really fun and exciting thing here. So again, next time we come, we'll have a bit more of that colored up for you all.
And we're working with Pentagram on all of that. So we're focusing on it just a
Great.
little bit behind.
Karen, Carrie, or Meryl, anything before I summarize, Bill? No. Please, Karen.
So I'm just curious, because when I look at this map, I count maybe 7 or 8 different parking structures or parking spaces. Is that true or not true? So there's
There's the Northfield, the Taste of Queens, and the Southfield are the major ones. There's this little surface lot,
Right.
surface lot. And then the rest of it is under the building where you can't see it.
So there's nothing to the north of the Hard Rock there.
No.
There's a way for service vehicles in there, though,
There's
that's
parking
parking area.
underneath. So there's both service vehicles and private vehicles. And there's also an entry in when you come off the Grand Central through here to the parking and the service that's underneath the integrated resort.
And then how high or what is the height of the parking garages?
It's 8 stories right now. 8 stories.
Okay. And then I just wanted to also reiterate Jimmy's comment, because I remember that when we saw the presentation also for the soccer field, the colors and the materiality there they were blacks and very dark grays. And so it doesn't seem like there's a lot of continuity between the parking garages and the Hard Rock structure, Citi Field, and the soccer stadium. So it all seems very non-integrated and I was just curious if there's a way, because also I love Citi Field. I think it's a beautiful structure. It harkens back to an old time stadium, and it seems like the structures that we're creating here are all very different.
Mhm.
And there's not a lot of continuity between any of those things here, which I think is a little unfortunate.
Understood.
Thank you. Meryl, you had something to add?
So I think it's extraordinary that you've gotten this far. I really do, considering everyone's referred to the complexity of this. And I've been sitting back and listening about what are the last hurdles here before you get to materiality. And I know you have a remarkably talented landscape architect, so I know she's going to keep you guys on the straight and narrow. But I wanted to say, I think the ultimate issue is, how do you marry the needs of parkland and the needs of community with the needs of the business entity, which is probably best defined by the Hard Rock entities and what they need? And I'm just listening to all of this and I'm saying, you're all so close. I think you've all been very responsive from what I'm hearing and reading and listening. And I just think this is a marriage. Being married for 50 years, I can tell you, nothing is perfect, but I think you are just knocking at the door of a remarkable transformation for the great borough of Queens. As a long-suffering Mets fan, I promised my grandson for his bar mitzvah, I'm getting him seasons tickets to the new Met entity, and I'll take him to Hard Rock too. But you have to cooperate. Everyone has to cooperate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. Anything else before I sum up, Manuel? And Jimmy, I'll come back.
I think in the renderings, maybe a study or, it could be a graphic, infographic too. The density of like game day versus, I don't know, high or low season at the hotel and casino. And just how that interacts with people who are in the park too. So some kind of study like that, I think would be helpful to see too, whether that's just illustrative or in actual like analytics-based study.
Yeah, we can do
Yeah.
that. Yep.
I don't know if we have the same amount of tenure in the NetBand department. Meryl, and so, I agree with everything that we are on the cusp of something transformational. I do want to say we've got the CEO of Hard Rock here, and I want to amplify something Manuel said. If we went to the image of the signage,
Front end image.
and I don't begrudge anyone their logos and their ability to promote themselves. There's a lot of Hard Rock here, and I wonder if there can be another look at, while not taking away from Hard Rock's desire to be known that this is their gaming facility and their hotel. I don't want it to overshadow again the history of this place, and of course I think the centrality of the New York Mets and Metropolitan Park I like, which is sort of a nod, of course, to our original name, right, where we get Mets from, and so I would just urge all of you to think about maybe scaling that back a little bit.
We heard you when we had the work session, and actually we've already taken about half of them off, but we will continue to think about scale and placement as well. We understand.
I appreciate how responsive you all have been, and respect the fact that Hard Rock CEO is right there.
Okay, so just
Certainly, very flexible there. I'm happy to do so.
okay. So to summarize, I think following up with your comments and Meryl's comments, the extent to which this place will be beloved, which I'm sure is all of your goals, right? Both by those who are coming from out of town and out of state, and those who are New Yorkers who are going to take their grandson to a game and maybe also to listen to some music or whatever, Hard Rock, will depend to some extent on the collaboration and humility of the team in the face of what is already a very strong and beloved institution in both architecturally in Citi Field and culturally, right? So you're already doing a huge amount of work in that regard, and we encourage you to continue that, to keep in mind that there already is a New York and a sports culture in this place. So we talked a great deal, and the team will summarize this for you in more detail, but we talked a great deal about the circulation and the landscape. So I think you know what our requests are regarding those things, as well as Manuel's comments about wayfinding and branding, and Jimmy's comments about branding. Just touching on the building itself, because we really don't have time to go into detail there. We just, as a kind of exercise, took the footprint of the three great theaters at Lincoln Center, with that central plaza that surrounds the fountain. And so the scale of the building here, we placed it on top. It's about 1.5 times those three structures, right? So we would ask you again to think about the massing of that and whether there's some way, even if it's just visually, to break up the massing of that and make it more humane. Maybe there's ways to pass through that structure that are out of doors, something to think about. And then many here, including Karen and Meryl, touched on the materiality, which we talked about in your amazing circular room. That this is a beloved structure architecturally. And while we understand the desire of the Hard Rock and to brand its own identity, we see that we would ask you to consider ways that those things could connect architecturally and materially, and just to take a look at that. So what we'd like to ask you to do is, in terms of PDC process, the next step is the preliminary submission. So we request that you do an interim submission that addresses, the team will summarize for you all of the comments that were made today. We have all of these sessions are public and we retain recordings of them. So they will provide you with that. And we would ask you to come back with an interim submission that addresses, and to the extent that you can make our comments explicit, like we heard this and we're doing this, that'll make us go through it faster.
Understood.
And we can schedule that with the staff. You tell us when you would be ready to do that.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Oh, so
Understood.
one thing before we conclude, sorry, I'd like to ask, and as I always do, given that this is parkland, whether Nancy, you have anything you'd like to add to this?
Yes.
Great.
If you could go to the plan, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, I know this, the central spine of the park is a nice improvement over a parking lot, but all this land is parkland. So for us, it's all potential. Built on its potential. So there's 3 areas. Typically, we have all our comments addressed before we come with concept to PDC. But we're really trying to work hard to meet this schedule. So we have some commitment to address our comments along with yours. And some of them are very similar. Our biggest concerns are this welcoming entrance from Corona. And we have the section here that showed 125 feet, but this narrows down to 60 feet, and it's got a parking garage facade and then the elevated highway. So we're very concerned about that. And there's some resistance to dealing with these facades and the footprint. And we think, as we know as designers, we could really improve that by being open to adjusting where the perimeter walls are, given the height, and that they're blank, typically unfriendly, unwelcoming parking garage. There's only so much you can do with a parking garage facade. So this connection is important to us, that gets addressed with possibly moving this wall. The same thing, we had the same comments of coming through here. And if this is not bus parking lot, maybe it doesn't need to be paved, and that could be a green entrance to the park. The walking through the parking garage seems really problematic from a welcoming park experience. And then this area seems very tight and also not the most welcoming experience for all the people who will be living here, and for even the circulation from the soccer. And then another area we didn't talk too much about today is a Shea Road and the character of it. Right now it feels open because it's parking lot. And it's really a key connection between the core of the park and this land. So right now there's a lot of pavement here. So you can see how much pavement, that experience of traveling that by bike, even car, or as a pedestrian. So we were looking to improve that experience and make it less paved, keep some of the parkway character and roadway character. And those are our main areas of concern.
Nancy, thank you. Can you just remain there for a second in case do you have a question, Jimmy?
I was the one who mentioned the Corona entrance to the park, so concur with you on that. But in terms of the Shea Road underpass, if you will, just as a counterpoint, right? We all know how windy and cold and inhospitable this area can be with the wind whipping up on a cold and or inclement day, wouldn't that underpass actually be beneficial to residents where they could, at least for the duration of that walk, avoid all that wind and cold, which, you know, it gets pretty windy.
Yeah, there's some benefit to that. And if this was more generous and more pleasant, you know, that would be nice. You have two alternatives, a green entrance to the park or a under the underpass. So yeah, we can see the point, you know, Lincoln Center has something similar.
So Nancy, I want to say we will add to the comments to take a look at, it is within our purview to talk about volume and massing.
Mhm. Yeah.
So we can certainly add to look at pulling that back and pulling that back. So we'll add those two things that we recommend the design team to take a look at. And finally, I'm going to end this way. This is Nancy Prince's last Public Design Commission meeting.
Thank you.
Nancy has been serving the people of New York in bringing her compassionate, loving, skilled eye to our public spaces for 40 years. And we would not be the same city, our parks would not be the same parks without the service that you brought to all New Yorkers and all millions of visitors we have every year without your 40 years of service. So I just want to make sure that on the record, we at PDC understand and see the work you have done and really thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Okay, thank you, Queen's future team, and we look forward to your interim submission.
And just confirming we are still live and good to go. Okay, great.
Yeah, we're ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all, are we ready to begin again? Okay, good. Hello. So we'll now continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the reconstruction of Damrosch Park, including the reconstruction of the bound shell and streetscape improvements, Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, West 62nd Street between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Please note that Commissioner Kerry Maloney is recused and he has left the room for this presentation. Welcome. You can begin when ready. Nice to see you.
Hello. Okay, great. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. I am Leah Johnson. I am Executive Vice President here at Lincoln Center. And I just want to say a few acknowledgements and thank you. Thank you for having us in today. We are very, very excited about this project. I want to thank first our partners, New York City Parks. You have been amazing, continue to be amazing. Thank you. Department of Transportation, thank you so much for all of your support in this. I want to introduce some of our colleagues and friends here. Weiss Manfredi, our architect team, Weiss Manfredi, Marion Weiss, Michael Manfredi, Hood Design Studio, Walter Hood and Paul Peters. And our architects of record are Jonathan Moody and Julie Cook. And Darren Robertson is our project executive. And I also want to say a special thanks to a couple of folks. One is the Cultural Landscape Foundation, and they have been just wonderful in working with us in this. Carrie Gold is here from the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts, another partner on campus and in this project. And I also just want to thank the 6,000 plus people who have really informed this project. We'll get to a slide to show you exactly how we went about the participatory planning process, but the input that we've gotten from preservationists, from access advocates, from our neighbors who live in NYCHA housing, from New Yorkers, from people attending performances at Lincoln Center. This is all, you'll see the model here, but all of this has gone into the work that the architects will present today. So I want to thank you. I'm just going to go quickly through these slides. We know what we're talking about, Lincoln Center, and we've got our transportation hub. And I just want to get to the vision and goals. When we started this project, we were thinking that we really wanted to deal with the fortress-like wall along Amsterdam Avenue. And as you know, and as was said, we're looking at Amsterdam Avenue between 62nd and 65th Street. That is a major to tear down that barrier that is behind Damrosch Park. Very, very important. We heard from neighbors that it is a true barrier, not only physical, but psychological to coming to Lincoln Center. And that is something that we do not want to have any longer. Create a state-of-the-art performing arts park. This is something that our neighbors and many that we surveyed want. They also want places where people can just come and perform. Instagram moments, we want many of them. The students from LaGuardia, from MLK came to us and told us that this is what they want, not only a place where they can perform and do things informally, but also where they can feel welcome to come in to see all of the world-class. They will become world-class artists, many of them, but to see the world-class artistry that we have. Also, thinking about celebrating the historic preservation, as well as cultural preservation. That's been really on the forefront in our minds as we have gone through this. A little bit about the participatory planning process. When we started out, we really did sort of segment our stakeholder list. As you can see, we prioritized NYCHA residents, people who live across Amsterdam Avenue, who see the wall and the back of the band shell every single day. What would they do? What are they thinking? We started 2 years ago, interviews, focus groups, workshops, 2 major workshops. We had pop-up activities throughout the city. We also had 2 surveys. So we touched more than 6,000 people in getting information. Next slide. Some of the things that we heard, and these are pictures of, we did workshops in Amsterdam houses, we did workshops at Lincoln Center, we did workshops outside. What we heard, we want more green. We want, in addition to the things that you see on the screen, we want green, we want passive recreation. We want a water feature. And this was all within the constraints, right? Because we had an urban planning firm really come beforehand and tell us, okay, what are the constraints? What can we do and what can't we do? We want shade. We don't mess with our bus stop. We want to make sure that we have a bus stop, but we want some seating. These are the things that we heard, and you will learn that these are all incorporated into the design. The other thing that's very, very important to us, the historic context. We are a product, as you know, of urban renewal, which we'll get to that last slide, San Juan Hill and Lincoln Square, neighborhoods that very often have been forgotten. And we have been very, very focused through a website that we've had, Legacies of San Juan Hill, talking with our neighbors who watched their neighborhood go to rubble, and then Lincoln Center and the wall was built. Artists, James P. Johnson, if you know the Charleston, you know the song, he wrote it. Thelonious Monk, so many others, 9 jazz clubs dotted the area of San Juan Hill. We want to uplift that culture because it is extremely important to us and to those who will come after us. And of course, as I just said, urban renewal we spoke to many people who watched and saw what was going on. Robert Moses, team, and displacing 7,000 families and also 800 businesses. So that is where we are at the moment, and I want to turn it over to Harry.
Right. Well, we're the beneficiaries of lots of research, and I think you all know Lincoln Center well. The iconic view, of course, is Josie Robertson, where there's a very beautiful composition of solid and void. The buildings are also chromatically linked, and that's the other important aspect. But the bandshell was always seen by intention as an exception. So curvilinear shapes, a different profile. So it was seen as historically intentionally different. And that kind of sense of composition, both in the architectural elements and in how the landscapes are kind of framing particular views, center mostly around Josie Robertson, and then have a different kind of relationship as they move farther west. And Walter will talk a little bit about that. And then you can start to see the kind of exceptional nature of the bandshell by Eggers. It was seen as very, very different from the much more harmonious and kind of consistent architectural development of Lincoln Center.
And when we look to the Modernist Performance Park by Kiley, we understand this as a classicist, a modern classicism, where there's a series of bosques and groves and a dance floor and a theater, and really trying to understand the datum that's being held at 62nd, how the theater actually creates a terminus at one end, and the kind of regulation of pattern that goes through. And one of the things that we're really thought is powerful when you're there today is the idea of the grove. And we find the grove in other parts of the campus as well. And so when you look at the changes over time, you can begin to kind of see that if I look here at the grand entry, I look at the bosque, and historically, they begin to erode away, and then they get renewed in like 20 to 30 years. Next.
So another thing we're thinking about as we're looking at this plan is the reality of how Lincoln Center has used this space over the past. Oh, sorry, Darren Robertson. I'm the project executive for Lincoln Center. Sorry. Great question. Great question. Yeah. Great question. So an important part of this is looking at how Lincoln Center has used the space over the past few decades. So many of you may be familiar with these summer festival series, Lincoln Center Out of Doors, Midsummer Night's Swing, that Lincoln Center has done. Lincoln Center has a mission to present public programming. Today, that programming is all free or choose what you pay, and 300 events per summer. But the limitations of an acoustic bandshell, which was built for orchestral performance, have been evident since the 70s. Lincoln Center has been building a stage in front of the bandshell for at least the past 35 years. It's a 40 by 100 foot stage that has the audio, the lighting, the film, all the capabilities it needs. And really all of that is built up. it's a detriment because it requires a complete closure of the park for 4 weeks at the beginning and 4 weeks at the end, and it limits the public access to the rest of the park. So we've been very thoughtful as we're thinking about this plan as to how these things could be done harmoniously and people could still use the public park at the same time. You can go to the next slide. And that's also taking into account that the band shell and the wall really is the root of this issue that we would like to address, which is Lincoln Center's both real and perceived separation from its neighbors, most importantly, our closest residential neighbors in the Amsterdam houses right across the street. The park in its current use today doesn't have a great utility outside of its performance use, which of course is another great opportunity to improve. And you can see here all the ways that it's used. It's an incredible, thriving destination, but with a lot of operational and logistic deficits that cause the public use of the park to be affected. And we keep hearing from our neighbors that this idea of Lincoln Center turning its back on the neighborhood. This is a great example. These are pathways underneath the campus that our neighbors use frequently. All of us who spend a lot of time at Lincoln Center know that our neighbors know how beneficial it is to get to the subway without having to go outside. But there really could be no better expression of how unwelcome these corridors are. And then, of course, this continues all the way to the corner of 65th Street in Amsterdam, where the wall rises to a height of over 20 feet. So we're also thinking about how we address the streetscape and the landscape on the entire super block. So this picture sort of summarizes the problem that we've asked this world-class design team to help us solve, which is this is a literal and figurative barrier to our neighbors. This is a queue of folks waiting for free summer programming at Lincoln Center along the wall at Amsterdam Avenue and Damrosch Park with the band shell. And certainly this presents a tremendous opportunity for a better future. Turn it over to Walter.
And so when we look at the existing campus plan, this is our site condition. As Darren talked about, the 62nd, 63rd entrance is of major importance, as well as Amsterdam. The new improvements along Amsterdam, we're trying to widen the sidewalks up to 15 feet wide. Again, getting major entry under the parking garage along 62nd, planting new trees. But here you can actually see the manifestation of the plan where we go along Amsterdam from small, medium to large space, coming back to Josie Roberts. And that cadence really picks up on what we heard from the community, this idea of coming into the space and to have a very different address than the other entryways, creating something that's more welcoming to neighbors, gardens, or smaller spaces that then comes into a larger community space. One thing I'd like to sort of note along 62nd, we're working to try to keep that datum. Right now, there's existing planters along there. We want to make sure we have that register. And currently the groves to the north, we're making that register sort of open here and looking back through Josie Roberts. And lastly, the lawn and water fountain area are at the same scale of the band shell. So this notion of echoing and having that memory of something three-dimensional now actually becomes a community space that like reorients people, but gives them a view back towards night shift.
I just go back just briefly, Sheree. One of the things that we're excited about, though, is that we're actually bringing the theater itself closer to Josie Robertson. So the constellation of theaters are within eyesight of each other. And also, and we'll talk about it further, it's enabling the rest of the park to be a free park, even when a performance is going on, which is currently not the case today.
And lastly, along the north, picking up on 63rd Street entrance at the top stair, there's a new commemorative walk that makes its way all the way back through. And we're thinking about Thelonious Monk and some of the others that we might celebrate. Here is the more breathtaking view. That image that you saw was here. It's gone now. And so here's the 63rd Street entrance here. You can kind of see how we're opening up to Amsterdam Avenue, new street trees all the way down to 65th. And again, the theater now at the other end. And so no longer blocking each other at this end. And then when we look at those improvements along the street, as I talked about before, 5-foot expansion of sidewalk, we think we can go to 15 feet. We have new street trees along the edge. We're matching the paving of the super block. So we've gone through and looked at the kinds of paving because we want that to come and pervade into our site. New crosswalks, there's actually a traffic island that brings you at scale coming into 63rd, that brings you directly in, new light poles, new street trees, etc. And if we think about the constraints, which it's funny thinking about Damrosch as a park, it's actually a parking on top of a parking structure. And so when you think about all the constraints, all these dotted lines are our joints and slabs, and these things have to move. And so really thinking about how do we get around that, fresh air vents, maintaining parking on both ends, intake, exhaust, again, thinking about all of these constraints. And we then went back and saw, well, why are the trees and planters? It's because of those constraints, that we don't have dirt. And through this new plan, we've actually pushed all the way back at Amsterdam 50 feet. And we're actually now looking at ways in which if we shift the performance space, we actually now get the new park directly in front of NYCHA.
And so this is really about looking at these huge advantages of actually building on the direct connection to the street, to Amsterdam, and to really open up the sense of the park and welcome, and that sense of welcome. We think about that shift in the performance space. And we actually looked very carefully in that shift from considering a center stage, an east stage, a south stage, and a southeast stage. Each one of these started to generate constraints, not the least of which were the kind of debris that might make it hard to keep the park open, or the acoustics that might make it problematic for the neighboring folks. And so what really emerged is really the kind of southeast stage really met the criteria of being able to be open, be visually inviting, to create a kind of intimate clearing, if you will, through the grove of trees that it's surrounded by. So it really could truly become a performance park and a place for performance in the park. As we look at this, and we'll share this again, you can start to see that idea of a grove that really frames the entire park. And this is really in many ways now a new gathering place that will be welcoming as a plaza, as opposed to that long linear theater where people in the very back were very, very far from performers. This is intimate with a little low set of seating areas here, an elevated grove here, so that we can actually have all the optical sight lines working very well, but mostly having an inviting sense of entry on both sides.
And with this final resolution, we can actually see the scale of the groves. And we actually looked to Barclays Grove that had 30 trees that are planted really tight. And so these scale very similarly along the edge. And we're able to bring the groves along here, and down to here. You can actually now see from Josie Roberts, you will actually see trees when you're looking back through. And as you make your way from Amsterdam back through, you actually arrive in a grove and a floating, what we call a dance floor, which picks up on the existing deck that's over here now. That will actually be moved to the other end, and that becomes a lookout so that you can actually see down to the river from that point. Again, a major water feature along here, a seating lawn, and then actually smaller spaces that community can use as they make their way up into the space. And this just gives you a sense about the tree planting. And one thing I like to stress, I think we're getting 50% more trees. Right now, there's 115. I think we're trying to max out at 170. So again, it's getting greener. There's actually going to be dirt. One of the comments from the community was there's no dirt in Lincoln Center. And so now there will actually be soil. And here you actually begin to kind of see how the breakdown actually allows people to come directly into the space and filter through.
Just to add another note here, that the real clear emphasis here of the backside of the theater as it currently stands is one where the garden's now open to a theater that's just a couple feet lower than the existing one, but really a kind of call and response that really inverts that relationship of being a back and now being a welcoming park entry and a theater destination.
We've actually been able to put a lot of the program below grade. So again, trying to leave as much of the ground plane open for public use. The other thing that we're excited about is the north side of 62nd Street has very few trees from mid-block to the Coke Theater. We're going to extend that row of oaks, so there's always a sort of shady connection from east to west. The building itself, the kind of back of the theater, we brought the scale down. It's about 18 feet high, so it's essentially a one-story building that then has the kind of curvilinear shape of the theater rising above it. And that gives us a little bit of a sense of transition from the Coke Theater, which is a large building, as many of you know, to a medium-sized building down to an intimate scale park. So that kind of transition from east to west has been very, very purposeful.
And the current site access, as we sort of know, I referenced a couple of times the planters along 62nd. Right now, the entry is almost 2/3 up to the block to get in if you're coming from Amsterdam. There's a small stair at the other end, but that's only down. Coming from Josie Roberts, I have to come in through the plaza. through the planters. And then there is a formal entry through this bosque, very tight bosque of trees here. Next. With the new circulation, you can see the porosity that reinforces the larger campus's master plan that was started, more than a decade ago. And here you actually begin to see how one can make a move all the way through the site. As you're coming from Amsterdam, there is a walkway that brings you through the planted zone along that edge. There's a stair that brings you up fast. You can make your way through all the groves. They are accessible. Again, we looked at Barclays Grove to kind of understand the accessibility patterns, and we picked up on that. And so here you actually have a more robust and a more porous sort of space for the community to come into. And the last piece of when there's a performance, you can actually see how with this new design, in an event, you can actually secure the boundary and the community can still come into the site and you can have complete access through. And if you've been to a performance here, this space is just as important as this space when there's a performance, because people literally are still part of the performance, but they're not inside the secure area.
Can you, if you can stay on that slide, can you walk us a little bit through where would be the access control to the performance where the people queue? How do we read this against the day-to-day?
Yeah, so today, so just go back one, do we have the existing just for context? So the issue is that today the security perimeter for public performances is the entire park. And the queuing happens along the, what we call the South Transverse, which is between the Koch Theater out to 62nd Street, along 62nd, or sometimes the queuing happens out to Josie Robertson, depending on the type of event. But the entire park is within a secure perimeter operationally. And that's also because, there's some of these limitations, like from the campus, the only accessible entry to the current Damrosch Park is this very small ramp near the Metropolitan Opera House. So now go back to the proposed. So in the future scenario, one of the things that happened early in the master planning was this idea of flipping the performance area and the park. And that sort of unlocked a number of things, including that we were restoring the park to the western side. If the whole project's about the west and about Amsterdam Avenue, then it made sense to situate the park on that side. It made sense to also situate the theater closest to the performance venues. What that means is that the secure perimeter for a show can be limited to just the performance area itself. Now, this has some flexibility in it. This is just an early idea, but it naturally seems like the queuing would still probably security entrance, people passing through things they need as they arrive at the venue is still probably here at this corner between the Koch, the Met, and the Josie Robertson Plaza. And it creates some space here for some initial queuing down the pathway and out to 62nd Street. Of course, the other benefit is that in the current queuing, there's no shade anywhere. And now you're picking up shade for people queuing along 62nd Street along the alley of trees. And then it allows us to keep the rest of the park open. And in that case, folks can be in this western side of the park. They also should be able to pass through. Does that answer your question? Okay.
And I think this is the last slide that really talks about the material palette, trees, and really working in that same sort of vocabulary. And as I talked about, looking at the granite, some of the paving, and really thinking about how to reuse some of the material that we know we won't use, like the travertine, and remixing that to provide, again, a new life for that. One of the things with the trees, we know currently that there is some issues with the existing trees on the campus that are being studied now, and we can benefit by that study. And so we're looking at different types of trees to go into the bosque as well.
In terms of the pavilion itself or the theater, it'll be a light chromatic, matching the kind of chroma of the existing buildings. And as Walter said, we were looking at reusing some of the travertine that is currently on site, or we'll get some new travertine or cast stone, which should have some of the travertine in it. So I think chromatically, there'll be a real linkage.
It's our schedule slide. This is we have a fairly aggressive schedule. The reason for that is that we would like to reopen this park. Just get to the cut to the chase. We'd like to reopen in time for summer for the city, May 2028. Our goal is to cut off the public use of the park and our public free performances for no more than 2 seasons. So that's sort of been the North Star goal. So working back from that, we're hoping to be in construction by early 2026. We know that's aggressive. We've kicked off all these processes with all of our partners. who all keep pointing out how aggressive our schedule is. And we appreciate that, but we appreciate how much everyone seems to be along for the ride. So we're eager to have your comments. We're eager to hear more from the public. And we're happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Thank you, team. So commissioners, comments, questions, Isabel?
I can start. Got it. They're all different. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. The schedule does feel aggressive because we're not seeing a whole lot of detail here. So I guess my first question is, so we can best structure our comments, is how soon do you plan to come back to us? 2 months. Okay. All right. Because I think, I think overall what we're seeing here is more of a master planning, site planning effort. And I think it's gone a long way to resolve some of the site's bigger challenges having to do with accessibility, orientation of programming, how it engages with the neighborhood. But it is at this scale a little bit difficult to provide detailed feedback because we're not seeing a lot of eye-level renderings that demonstrate to us the quality of the open spaces, right? So I just want to say from the get-go that at least my comments are kind of more on that higher level because we're lacking that amount of detail, and I'm looking forward in 2 months to get that. Overall, I had the question about queuing, so you answer that question. I think one of the things that is interesting or a point of dialogue with the plan is that I like the idea that you have organized it in 3 different scales, kind of a more intimate scale along Amsterdam, kind of a middle scale with the water feature, and then the grander scale of the event spaces. When the event space it's closed, it's difficult to quite understand how circulation may happen east-west, because it's difficult to understand what portions of the water feature are a water feature versus what may just be open pavement to move through. So I think it would be good to clarify that as we move forward with more 3-dimensional features or visuals, I mean to say. And then how that translates to the more intimate space in Amsterdam, it's also a little bit difficult to tell the porosity of that space moving to the east. Understanding one of the community's main concerns was to feel included, to feel a sense of movement through. I see they're included because they get a beautiful garden, but the way to get from that space to the central space feels a bit circuitous. Specifically, the ADA ramp seems to land you almost at the corner, almost at the end of the site and then back in, even though the lawn is doing this kind of gesture to bring in the staircase towards the site. So I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of a play there between the relationship of the ramp and the stairs to take advantage of what I think is a successful gesture of having that empanada shaped lawn kind of tilted to actually encourage that movement through and try to avoid sending so much circulation back into the corner. So that would be one key piece that I think is worth looking at. The second is that I know paving wise, you're trying to echo a lot of what's happening there, but at the scale of the plan feels a little bit jarring. There's like a lot of movement, a lot of geometries. It may be something that's easily resolved by looking at eye level renderings and understanding how that patterning breaks the scale. It's just a little bit difficult to judge at this point. So I would say eye level renderings will help a lot. And specifically looking at that corner, is there a way to really bring circulation this way and understand how you're able to move east-west along the water feature? So the water feature right now is the heart of the project in a way on the day-to-day, but it also feels a little bit like a divider. And it might just be a matter of understanding it a little bit more closely in terms of volume.
Those are great comments. Those are great comments. And the eye levels are going to be, I think, very, very helpful to understand. And in the relationship of the paving, for instance, I think what's missing in this drawing, but you can see on the upper right is the super graphic of Josie Robertson Plaza, which you tend to see less because you see it at eye level, just as you said, but it has an impact and identity.
And thanks for your comments on Amsterdam bringing it in. It's a really challenging, right, problem because we have that change in elevation. But you're right, this is high level and we're down there in the nitty gritty now, and we look forward for 2 months. He's showing you where we're.
Any other comment, what, before I summarize, Manuel, Karen?
I'm curious if you have looked at the acoustics from the stage, since you have a very large building right there.
Yeah, so I'll answer it quickly. I'm sure we'll talk about this more when we're back in 2 months. So we, anticipating this project, we set up acoustic monitoring last summer and captured a ton of data on how the current park works, also how the current ambient sound works in the neighborhood. So this stage orientation was selected because it was the most preferable from an acoustic standpoint. It's the best situation for improvement of acoustic sound bleed to the neighbors on 62nd Street and from the Amsterdam Avenue side as well. The thing to realize is that today, I mean, we have a lot of experience with this because we're doing a couple hundred public performances out there every summer. We're doing it in a temporary stage that doesn't have any walls or any proper roof. And so this, it's hard to express how much better this is because this is an actual proper stage enclosure. We're also reducing the scale of the seating area dramatically. The last row here is probably only almost half. So we're throwing audio in the less technical terms. We're able to focus the audio quite a bit. So our acoustician, Jaffe Holden, who's been on the team since the beginning, who've done a tremendous amount of work at Lincoln Center around the city on other projects. We've been studying this. So we have an early acoustic model that suggested actually it was one of the driving reasons for selecting this stage, this location.
Yeah, I just add two kind of more granular comments. The performance area will be sealed on 3 sides, which is currently not the case. But there's also some acoustic baffling, so we can tune some of the interior surfaces depending on the kind of performance, and that's something that currently is a little rather hard to do.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on that, I just want to, thanks for bringing that up, Karen. Commissioner Armstead who was concerned about that as well. So the impact on the night shift housing is the sonic impact will be significantly reduced from existing, or it will be.
I don't think it shows that it's significantly reduced. It's our best sense of it is it's about neutral because if you look at the detailed model, there's a couple of places where it's showing a slight increase along Amsterdam, but it's within the margins of sort of what the ambient sound is currently. In other words, some of the model shows an increase of about 4 decibels. Remember, the reading points were here, they weren't across the street. And that's like peak audio. In other words, at the loudest sound from the venue, there's potentially a 4 decibel increase at a couple of points along Amsterdam. But the ambient sound from vehicles on Amsterdam Avenue is already exceeding that overall decibel limit. In other words, it's not any louder than the trucks passing by today.
Okay, that's helpful.
That's the
Thank you.
simplest way to put it.
It's a heavy ambulance route.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything else, Bill?
No, thank you.
Manuel?
Doesn't seem like it's part of the scope of the project, but I was very curious about the passageways that go underground. I don't know if it's part of this project, to see how that might
We're-
connect or.
We're actually just beginning and that's yet to catch up, but we are in fact working on the concourse areas so that they are welcoming performance galleries, if you will, as connecting elements. And so light, sound, and art will all be part of that experience that's not there today.
And you'll see that, I think, when we come back to you in quite a bit more detail.
This is very ambitious. It's actually a relatively compact project, and you've got so much going on in a relatively small piece of land. And I applaud that ambition. I also, though, I'm looking forward to seeing what the water feature will look like and how it'll be treated. I'm just curious, does your capacity for events increase here with this flip?
Yeah, it's about the same. You know, the current Dam Rush Park doesn't have an official capacity. We set and file for a TPA for about 2,400 seats That's the current setup. This is probably more about 2,000 if you take into account the seating plus people gathering in more casual places in the overlooks. So it's a slight reduction actually, which is probably for us a good thing. It helps with the acoustics. Our average attendance is actually around that number. So it's nice that we have 2,500 seats sometimes, but we don't usually fill all of those.
Right.
So it's probably around the same.
And I love the concept of the art walk. I think that's great. Is that how are people accessing it again from Amsterdam?
There's a new stair that brings you up, and that stair will bring you up to this level. And you start out at what we call the upper terrace dance floor, and then that extends off. A comment on about a lot of stuff. It is a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We're taking that it's called a park, right? Everything else is called a plaza or something, but this idea of getting more green, and right now you can't get under this boss. And now you're actually able to get under all the tree boss. And I think that's a big change in how it might seem to be less because you're now in these kind of spatial enclosures or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I love the greening, obviously, it's amazing. So I know we're gonna see it again. I'll add there, I just want to say, I think I love the impetus behind this project, right? The fact that it's $335 million project, right? To sort of right a historic wrong and welcome public housing residents from across the street. Make sure they know they're full participants and fully welcome to Lincoln Center and all that it offers. I think that's really a very important and beautiful reason that brings us here today, and then we can fight about all the details, but I think it's great that you're doing this. It's great that Lincoln Center and Leah, your work is very important here, obviously, but that you all see it and are doing something about it.
When do you anticipate the year of completion?
2028, spring of 28. Done. So we can get people back into the park for free shows.
Okay. So in summary, I'm going to sort of echo what Jimmy said. I was last Saturday night, I was at Lincoln Center and Hearst Plaza and Josie Robertson were packed with people. It was like a landscape of delight. It was a beautiful evening. And then I walked over to Damrosch and it was basically empty. And we just can't afford today to not use our public spaces in the most effective way possible. And as I said, when we had the site meeting, to me, what this exemplifies is a kind of effort in a public-private partnership to right a historic wrong. And this isn't the only place in the city where public housing residents have had their back turned on by our public spaces. So you're setting an example here with a more generous private partner than is usually available for these kind of projects. So I really applaud what you're doing here. I think, Walter, your approach and the spirit that you're bringing to this is so beautiful and has great integrity with the community that was cut off here. And so just to echo, not to echo, but to summarize and what other commissioners have said, we understand that you're now getting to the level of detailing and it's for me also difficult to comment on sort of like what that feels coming from Amsterdam through Amsterdam Garden to the lawn, to the water. So we'll assume we'll see that the next time you come to us. Both in terms of the accessible path as well as the path for everyone. And then also to understand better the paving. But other than that, I think, yeah, that's really our comments on this. And we, please.
I forgot, it would be great to also see some simple diagrams of how you envision the stage and the plaza may be used for different events, whether it is sitting or whether it is standing or whether it is dancing, because I think that plays a key role for us to understand your perspective on how the space is.
That's a good point.
That's a great question, because I think one of the very most important things and what makes it so very different than the seating area for the current stage is that it is a place, and it's a place that can have whether it's Big Apple Circus, a food festival, it's really a place for every day. So that when
Yeah,
it's
right.
empty, those 4 weeks of load in and load out are just the very time that you want to be here, and it can be enjoyed just as a destination.
Yeah.
for the community.
And currently, as you know, it just feels empty.
Exactly.
There's nothing inviting.
Yeah, so what are the different
Yep.
levels of activations that
I think
you?
we'll share,
We'll
we'll share.
share that.
I guess
No more Big Apple Circus, right?
They're an important part of Lincoln Center, an important part of our history. It's not a surprise they have had a struggle to come back financially post pandemic. We've tried to assist them with that. We actually are hopeful they can find a way to actually still be here. We're in some conversations with them. We haven't been able to show them all this design yet. So that's the next thing we're going to be doing. We're talking to them pretty frequently. They're conceiving of other versions of their show, and we would like to still have them.
We still do silent disco.
We do.
You know, just adding to Isabel's request for those views from out of the stage, it would be wonderful to see what the view from Josie Robertson is also. Because I noticed
Yeah,
that last
we're-
Saturday, you know, it feels very cut off now, and I think in this scheme it won't.
Really is an invitation.
Right, exactly.
Space for different.
In fact, if you're standing in Josie Robertson, you have no idea that there's a dam.
You have no idea, exactly.
It's an orphan.
Right, right.
And then you go around the corner and
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so knitting them back together, I want to applaud that in the spirit and the design. And also your efforts. I know Lincoln Center has been pouring all sorts of resources into this, and we are grateful. Thank you. Okay, we're going to allow the team to transition, and then we'll go right into the next committee item. Okay, are we unmuted? Okay, we'll now continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the design of a streetscape master plan for Broadway between Union Square and Columbus Circle in Manhattan, and the construction of a shared street and plaza, Broadway Boulevard Plaza on Broadway, between West 38th Street and West 40th Street as part of the master plan for the Broadway Vision Plan in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Nick, you may begin.
Thank you, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nick Bettinati, liaison from DOT. Excited to be here today. As Commissioner Martin mentioned, we're going to first take you through the overall vision plan. We have Casey Grell here from our Public Realm team, and then we'll be able to show you sort of the first capital project, or one of the first capital projects that's going to be coming before you with our colleagues from HDR and Star White House. DDC will be building that project for us. So that's the DOT DDC project, but we'll get started. I will turn it over to Casey to go through the vision plan. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, Nick. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As Nick stated, my name is Casey Grell. I'm the Design and Capital Lead for the Public Realm Unit at DOT. Here to give an overview of the Broadway Vision Master Plan at the conceptual level. So just a little bit of background. So our work on Broadway in the kind of recent past started as part of a pilot project called Green Light for Midtown, which was in 2009, and it stretched from Columbus Circle to Herald Square. And it really focused on increasing pedestrian and bicycle priority along the corridor. It set the stage for then additional in-house and capital reconstruction efforts along the Broadway corridor, and culminated in the reconstruction of Times Square. So this was completed in 2016, and it was the first major reconstruction on the Broadway corridor in the recent past. And there's been many lessons learned from that reconstruction, mostly in regards to design materials and operations of large-scale public spaces in the city, and led to the start of thinking at a corridor-wide level, which initiated the Broadway Vision process. And the major outcome of the Broadway Vision Plan has really been an operational toolkit to create a pedestrian-centered Broadway. It's mostly focused on block typologies that prioritize pedestrian space and bicycle access. The typologies would be applied throughout the entire corridor from Columbus Circle down to Union Square. And it would create a corridor-wide management and operations initiatives to support the public realm over the long term. And it really identifies the key major moments along Broadway, because we do need to respond to local conditions. So looking at all the different partnerships that we would create throughout the process with Times Square Garment District, 34th Street, Flatiron Nomad, and Union Square partnership. The Broadway Vision Plan really looks at a hierarchy of need. So it starts with maximizing plaza spaces at the major squares, such as Times Square. It then looks to create additional public spaces in neighborhoods that don't currently have them, such as Garment District, which you'll hear about after this presentation. Oh, sorry. We also look to emphasize pedestrian priority throughout the entire corridor, introducing slower speed social cycling in both directions. We're also looking to route bicycle traffic onto the avenues at the major squares to reduce conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists at those major moments. And then looking to, at the kind of bottom of the hierarchy of need, maintaining vehicular access where needed based off of surrounding land use and context. The Broadway Vision Plan is also an operational manual and toolkit. So looking to create spaces for economic recovery and resiliency through operational improvements, looking to develop management policies for quality of life and day-to-day needs for an ever-changing city, and also using programming and activations and art to bring street life to the varying needs along the Broadway corridor. We're also looking to resolve some of the current issues we see along the Broadway corridor by developing legal regulations for managing the public realm, specifically coming out of some of the work at Times Square, acknowledging the security needs for a very key and prominent location in the city to mitigate security risk, looking to build resilient public spaces. We see a lot of issues with climate resiliency along the corridor, and then pushing the design parameters beyond a basic street. So not just having a sidewalk, a bike lane, and a road, really pushing the design process to create pedestrian-focused spaces. We are taking a neighborhood-based design approach, which is really creating context-dependent design choices along the full corridor. Broadway is a long corridor, and it has a lot of different design treatments currently. Union Square, Harold Greeley, Flatiron are all very different and need to have different design choices, such as paving, furniture, lighting, etc. We'll be coinciding capital design in space-dependent, as a space-dependent design typology, and creating a consistent toolkit that's mostly focused on the overarching similarities of DOT standards and shared public spaces. The unifying elements are really pedestrian priority, really creating a free space for free movement of pedestrians, creating bicycle access in 2 directions, creating an atmosphere where vehicles are allowed as guests, and creating a flexible and future-proof design to meet the needs of a changing corridor. That's part of the design vision of the Broadway Vision Plan, is to create space to keep them off sidewalks. Some of the unifying design elements, while we didn't go into design details as part of the Broadway Vision Plan, there are specific treatments that are consistent. So the paving is very pedestrian focused, using concrete instead of asphalt to not signal roadway, using pedestrian scale lighting along the entire corridor to bring down the scale of the street to a more pedestrian focused standpoint, and creating flexible seating to provide for a variety of uses along the corridor, both for movable and fixed seating at the different locations. We're really looking at beyond the binary. So not just thinking of streets as open or closed, because we need to meet a variety of needs. So looking at a variety of street design treatments along Broadway that can respond to individual local contexts. And then using a plug and play option of our different toolkits and street treatments to adapt to the local conditions. So looking at freight mobility, deliveries, local access, art programming, all these things that can be dropped in based off of local context and meet local need. This is the current planned configuration. This is a living document, so we're always meeting the needs of constituents as we do projects throughout the corridor, mostly focusing on plazas and shared streets. As we've worked through the Broadway Vision Plan, we've really pushed the envelope to create more pedestrian space wherever we're doing our work. These were the original 4 block typologies that were created as the vision plan is in progress, starting with a base block and a slow street, which are more vehicular focused streets that do increase pedestrian priority. The bottom 2 are what we're more pursuing as we go forward with the vision plan of a shared street and plaza block to really increase pedestrian priority along the corridor.
Casey, can you just pause here for a
Yeah.
second and walk us through? Okay, we have the base block and the key characteristics of this are whatever. Then we could have just so that we understand where you're coming from
Yeah.
when you use these words.
So a base block is mostly a street. It's kind of what you see on Broadway in the northern section south of Columbus Circle. There is still a road, there's a bike lane, there's a sidewalk, and then there are additional pedestrian improvements such as pedestrian refuge islands, greening to create a better street, but it is still very much a street. The slow street starts to introduce geometric improvements to slow vehicles, calm traffic. So that's where you see a chicane, where the roadway curves. You see more pedestrian space, so less spaces for loading and parking. And it starts to transform into more of a pedestrian focused street, but it's still very much a street, curbs, an asphalt roadway and sidewalks. Mhm.
How do I get trucks to my business to unload? How do I get? are you trying to close these zones down to business? I'm just trying to understand what is the overall footprint? Because I see a lot of young people on your team, right? And I'm just curious about the input that you're getting, because all I hear about this stuff is that it's just not working for a lot of average New Yorkers. It's working for a lot of young New Yorkers, but not different New Yorkers. ADA compliance. I have friends, I work in the disability community, who can't go on certain blocks anymore because they can't get across the streets fast enough in their wheelchairs or their motorized. And I'm just curious, who's giving you input here other than an outstanding group of talented young people who have great intentions, but I'm just curious.
We do a very extensive outreach as part of all of our projects. So all of the in-house projects that have gone in.
Vetted.
Correct. Yes, we go to community boards, we go to elected officials, we talk to business owners, we talk to bids, we talk to our partners, we talk to people on the street.
No one talks about the disability community and no one talks about the elderly community who are really having a hard time navigating traffic patterns in the city?
We work really closely with our disability communities.
I just don't understand where this is all going unless you address some of the pre-existing conditions that people are actually talking about and complaining about, rather than just moving forward and changing. I believe in change. I think it's great. But I just don't see any point of compromise here. I've had 4 friends run over by bikes in the last 6 weeks. One of them is still in the hospital.
We are continuing to work on all of our design treatments to improve clarity, improve safety. Safety is one of the key things that we do as part of our projects.
Safety on a slow street.
So safety on a slow street is the chicane element, which slows vehicular traffic. You can also introduce the chicane on bike traffic to slow traffic, increasing more pedestrian space to shorten crossings. So someone who does take a lot longer to cross the street can cross it in a shorter amount of time. There are a lot of elements that we have tested citywide that reduce crashes and injuries for all roadway users, and it's very consistent throughout the entire city.
Is it, we already have slow streets or no?
Somewhat, they've been installed in a somewhat temporary condition on some portions of Broadway.
Because I mean, while I'm a big supporter of bike lanes, I think what Meryl is saying is consistent with how a lot of people are experiencing, you know, bikes that go too fast, or they're on the sidewalks, or, you know, especially non-pedal assist, right? So I think if you're able to demonstrate success that you have had, or the ways in which you think this will make it safer, right? To avoid all of Meryl's friends, and we all know people who've been hit. You know, I think that's really important in terms of selling this kind of stuff, right? Is you've got to be able to demonstrate that it's actually going to make people safer.
And Casey, did I understand you earlier to say that the department is actually focusing on the shared street and plaza block now and less on the base and slow?
Correct. So, and that's coming from a lot of the feedback we do with local stakeholders, that the increase of pedestrian space you gain under shared streets and plaza blocks is what a lot of people want to see. So a lot of property owners want to see people having lunch outside of their office buildings, going to the businesses that they have for tenants. So that's where we are going. And if we are investing substantial capital funding, we want to be making the biggest impact.
So did you, did you have an opportunity maybe just to tell us what the shared street and plaza block are and how they differ and are more safe than the slow street?
Yeah, so I think the biggest change when you move from a slow street to a shared street is that you raise the roadway. So now everything's flush, everything is level with the sidewalk, and it allows a lot more flexible use for pedestrians because you could temporarily close it for an event and it's all flush, even surface. You slow vehicles who are entering the space because you feel like it's a very different environment. It's not a road. Don't treat it like a road. You're in a pedestrian focused area. It's concrete. It looks like not a street that a car has dominance over. For a plaza block, this is where vehicle traffic has been fully removed. The biggest safety elements here are that it's fully pedestrian. We are looking to incorporate consistent two-way cycling along the corridor. So there are plaza blocks that have a two-way center running bike path that is fully separate from the pedestrian space to improve clarity and compliance.
But what are you doing to slow the bikes down? What are you doing to cause compliance with law for the bikes? You must be thinking about the next generation here, right?
Yeah, so I think
So
one.
what have you learned and what are the changes? That's what I'm trying to understand. I understand. I have friends who have businesses on Broadway and a lot of them are closing up. Okay, I'm just curious. I want to understand because people think there's no grand vision, but there is obviously because you're working at it. Just explain it.
I think one of the biggest things here about improving compliance for all modes is really the change in elevation. So when you raise up a roadway, you create ups and downs as people are going in, that does slow it. It's basically a speed bump. So when people are entering the plaza, you're going over, you need to slow down.
Speed bumps on bikes.
We're doing that at the intersections where we have the kind of transition from roadway. So it is being installed. And we do see that change in elevation does slow traffic and improve compliance.
And what about truck access to these businesses?
So Whenever it's decided to do a plaza block versus a shared street to allow for access, we do that in coordination with property owners. So the plaza block that will be presented in the following presentation, all the properties on that block do all their loading from the side streets. And that's all been, confirmed and worked with property owners to make sure where we need access, we do.
All that stuff.
Correct, yes. We make sure all the operational needs are met either on the side streets. And if there is a need on the Broadway section of the corridor, we go forward with a shared street. That's where there's like a lot of play with this proposal.
So wait,
How does Broadway, just let me finish up here for a second. How do the Broadway play people feel about all of this?
Most of this work has been focused south of Times Square, so we haven't gone to the northern section
I
yet.
can see you're going there.
Yeah, and that will be on the next stage where we do scoping and engagement and outreach to work with those stakeholders as we move towards the north. We just haven't done that stage yet.
And Casey, that's what I'm trying to understand. If you move to the prior slide where it had the entire master plan. Can you walk us through, I understand today we're concentrating on the Garment District, but how were these designations established? Like, how do you determine where Plaza goes, where Slow Street, where Share Street, and how are you seeing these playing out over the course of several years to complete this plan?
The bulk of this is coming from local partners. So the business improvement districts, local property owners, starting with the major squares. So Union Square, Flatiron, Herald Square, Times Square. That was the starting point of plazas because it makes the most sense from a purely pedestrian volume standpoint. We then move into where do we create new plazas. That's done very specifically with property owners and business stakeholders and the bids. So Garment District didn't have a primary public space in their district and really wanted to create a premier public open space. So the block between 40th and 39th was chosen mostly to coincide with an adjacent POPs. That was the thinking behind that location. Flatiron is continuing to push what the Flatiron Plaza is, and the bid is very interested in full pedestrianization for a big portion of their district because they see the economic benefits.
When you say pedestrianization, what does that mean?
That would be the plaza block.
No cars.
No cars.
No
Correct. So we implemented the 2 Flatiron piazzas during the pandemic, which have seen great success from the local businesses, primarily restaurants. The majority of the corridor is still going to need some sort of vehicular access because of the small businesses. So that's why the majority of the block is a shared street. The northern section still being shown as a slow street is because we don't have a very strong overlapping partner. There's not a bid in that section of the Broadway corridor. So we don't know if we would fully go with a full shared street just due to the maintenance and operational considerations. So that's where we are proposing at this time a slow street unless we get more kind of community buy-in for a more innovative design solution.
And the rollout for all of this?
Is ongoing.
Or we forgot?
Yeah, I'll get to that. That's a slide. Just for reference for Shared Street, this is an example that was installed last year at Union Square, looking at creating a consolidated shared operation between vehicles and cyclists where peds are able to freely move, allowing for some parking, delivery, and car share access, providing for bike share, adding trees and landscaping, and then creating a separated bike lane at the intersections just for more clarity and safety. The Plaza Toolkit is almost entirely pedestrian space outside of the separated bike lane through the plaza. This is the Flatiron Piazza that I mentioned previously, but the big goal here is the majority of its pedestrian space with trees and landscaping and wayfinding and seating to create usable open space on the corridor.
Just because, I feel like we're often losing the battle when it comes to the intent of all of this is to make it safer, right? Is to reduce speeds. But when it comes to bike lanes, right? And I include myself in this, I think we didn't fully understand just how quickly, right? So much of the traffic would be e-bikes, right? Folks going faster. So just seeing this makes me wonder about how many sort of speed bumps for cyclists you can install even above and beyond some of those streets you have designated for that treatment. Do you know what I mean? Just because I see this and we've all been on these streets, right? And again, I support bike lanes because I know that overall, the vision, right, is they make us safe, right? But I also know that we've all witnessed, and Rabbi Micah Miller, is somebody who had a horrific, right, crash when he was struck by an e-bike, and he's fine now, but it was a very, very long recovery. So I think those of us who advocate for this, right, and believe in it, we have to do a better job of convincing everyone that we're taking the speeding seriously and we're doing things to mitigate that speeding, because it does create, and I'm sort of intrigued by the shared street, right? I think it's a shared street, right? Concept where like it's like cars are allowed to be there, but it's for everybody, and that could be a little confusing, right? Because cars are much bigger than pedestrians and bicyclists. So you just, we can't just rely on good behavior, because there's a lot of people who don't behave well. So I guess I just want to encourage all of us who believe in this vision to do a better job, and I include myself, right? In knowing that real people are experiencing this differently. And e-bikes fly, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes pedal assist bikers too, but e-bikes fly.
We need to start making a distinction between motorized vehicles and non-motorized vehicles. And I think when these were set up, people thought that it was purely going to be pedal bikes.
It's gonna be me going with my grandchildren on a nice little bike lane. It's not that.
Right, and now it's a lot of motorized vehicles. In fact, on the
It's like
west
Mad
side on the
Max.
promenade, it has signs that say no motorized vehicles, no motorized scooters, no motorized bike, and it's constant, that there's people there on motorized vehicles that are going through there. And I think at some point, there has to be a distinction here where those motorized vehicles are not allowed to use a lot of bike lanes.
And I have a lessons learned slide. So we have learned a lot from implementing this process. And I do think one thing to note is that one of the big goals is that Broadway should be for that more local access cycling. It should not be a bike highway. It should not be where everyone's flying through. And I think the up and down really will discourage some of that through traffic. We're also working to build out wider bike lanes on the avenues to really be, if you want to go, the speed limit, which you're allowed to do, go to the avenues. They're going to be wide. They're going to be like fast. That's where you should be using your kind of bike as a transportation mode. Broadway should be for that more local, slower cycling. I think there's still more work to be done to really get there. But I think one thing that you mentioned is with the shared streets that we've learned, it should be shared. We shouldn't separate out different modes because that creates speed. So on this block of Broadway, we had a separate bike lane and the shared street, and we saw higher speeds. So we no longer use this treatment. We now do everything consolidated where you do have to negotiate with other modes, and it has slowed speeds as people biking on Broadway. So there are things we're continuing to learn and evolve, and we are working towards creating a slow.
People who are over 50 are about to mobilize in very big ways about this issue. And you are undertaking what I think is a great transformation for Broadway, probably very long overdue. But if you just do it without any ability to answer the commissioner's question about what are you doing to prevent motorized mopeds and e-bikes from using what was not created for them to be in pedestrian areas. I don't see that as part of this plan. If you want someone to mobilize a group, I am your girl. I will mobilize so quickly you guys won't even be able to spell your names. That's not what we want. We want to create a modern city. And so you can't move forward unless you are able to answer, what are you doing? And Nick, actually, that's really your problem. And I would say the same thing to Adonis.
Of course.
Yeah, and I want to say, just following on with what Commissioner Tisch said, to some extent, this is a design challenge, and to some extent, it's an enforcement challenge. So I'm wondering in what way are you working with NYPD and the other government agencies that could be charged with managing this issue? Because it's not only a DOT issue, right?
Sure, and I think we appreciate that. I guess I want to point out first and foremost, like we have done a tremendous amount of work on Broadway in operational materials, so we can test out some of these things and figure out what is working, what is not, right? So I don't know what the last time you all have been on Broadway. There's been stuff implemented even last year, even this year. So there's a constant evolution, so we can continue to answer those questions. There's also, I want to just address one of your earlier points, a tremendous focus on accessibility when it comes to our projects. And a lot of it is we can't do great accessible design in interim materials. That's where the capital project comes in. So we can actually make these things navigable for all of the different people who need to use our city. I happen to moderate a universal design panel at our Equity in Motion Summit just last week, and it is a really key part of what the agency is focusing on across the city. We're putting in pedestrian ramps, we have new accessibility guidelines that Casey has been working on around how bikes and peds, when they're at the same level, are supposed to interact and how we make that clearer for people. So there's more to come on that. Hopefully we'll be coming to you shortly on that part. And we are, Commissioner, also working very closely with PD and our partners, especially along Broadway.
Wants to do? You think they want to confiscate someone's bike?
No,
Throw them in jail?
of course
I
not.
don't think so.
They're always going to be a close partner, but I think that's actually why we're here talking about design, because we want design to lead as much as possible.
And I think what would be helpful is it sounds like you have been observing every time you implement something, how people behave, how it works. Not to take all of our time here, but I don't know if you have a document that shows us observations that we can look in our own time just to understand the proactive efforts you're doing and how that starts translating to more permanent implementations like the one about to be presented. Because I work here, I get run over by bikes every single day, right? So I am curious myself to know what you've been testing and how you are collecting the observations and lessons learned.
Yeah.
More specifically than a general
Of
slide.
course, and we're obviously, I think we're happy to come back and talk to you all about that more broadly. Broadway is a very unique corridor, of course. It has its own set of constraints and problems, but we are doing work across the city.
Put this aside.
Hmm?
You know, in these squares, it's just the greatest thing.
Yeah.
But it would be questioned dramatically if the implementation of where people live and kids go to school isn't worked out. If you ran a poll now about all of this stuff, I will bet you it could emerge as a major issue in the mayoral race. Yeah, people are horrified. I told you, there's a school that just has disabled children. They can't take the kids to the park anymore. Why? Because they can't get them all to the park crossing the street. They would have to hire too many people to help them. That's not what you have in mind here. I understand that. But you can't go forward till you fix or you assure people that you're trying to fix what's wrong.
And to say that, it's for me, it's much more of a design issue than an enforcement issue, right? Because we've been down these roads before, and the NYPD does not want to be, stationed at an intersection and then fining and pulling over bicyclists, and then just get yelled at by the bicycling community and everyone, so it's much more of a design issue. And I think as we roll more and more of these out, and again, I'm generally supportive, right? What are the design features that you're going to anticipate and you're going to have installed that should be part of these presentations, like even stoplights for bicycles, right? Which you have installed in various places, right? Like speed bumps, right? Those things that you can proactively plan for, because there are going to be, Merrill Tisch is just emblematic of lots of other New Yorkers, right?
I'm just talking from the experience of the school I work with.
So I think those elements that you can, we know this is coming, right? Anytime you're presenting just, and how can you say, we know that this is a process, right?
Sure.
We know e-bikes and mopeds will be flying down here. So in anticipation of your rightful concerns about safety, we have built into this, all of these various design elements that could ensure slower speeds and safety, because we know enforcement is sporadic at best, right? And very difficult, even on the police officers that you might assign to ticket bicyclists at some intersection.
Okay. I think you get the point.
Yes. No problem.
So we want to, we're already past the time we've allotted for this, but we want to hear your proposal for it's 38 to 40, is
Correct, yes.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, more to come. There'll be additional capital projects that are in the pipeline that will also come to PDC and LPC as needed. So that's.
Yes.
I just want to acknowledge you had a hot bench today, and I thought, Casey, you did a very good job
Yeah.
presenting, rolling with our
Took it on,
questions,
so.
and I appreciate it. People didn't always hear the answers they wanted, and I think you get the message that
No,
people
I
are very
appreciate it.
concerned about safety. It's a real thing, but
And,
As are we.
you know, and to add to that, I realized like things change. It's really what Karen said. We thought it would be just bicycles. Now it's e-bikes. We realized that, you know, capital construction doesn't move at the same advance as technology. So we understand that. So we just wanted to make sure that it's really the point that Isabella was making, that often it's very hard to make time for and to fund evaluation. But in this instance, because you're doing this capital work right now, it's critical that the data be available, not just for us, but for everyone. So that when you make these moves, you can say, well, look, we realized that we needed to do better. We did this thing and it was better, right? But without the data, it's sort of, yeah.
Higher benches.
Yeah.
I want to say too, actually, I mean, I actually use this quite a bit between Union Square and Madison Square Park. And, you know, as a user, I think actually it's quite nice experience. As a user between 14th Street and 3rd Street, I think it's a lot.
Yes.
It's a lot better than cars, for sure. It's good on bikes. I mean, I hear the bike, I mean, I'm also have a lot of issues with the e-bikes too. And I don't actually think it's just design. I think it's actually policy that needs to fix that. But that's another discussion, I think. But I mean, I do think this is, you know, an improvement, but I do think the e-bikes are a big variable to kind of consider. And yeah, I have to say it's not just e-bikers, but it's actually the delivery apps are a big driver of that.
Delivery apps.
The delivery apps, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Sorry.
So let,
Who are e-bikers, but there would be less e-bikers if the delivery apps were regulated.
And unfortunately, the area we're about to see surrounded
Yeah,
by tons of restaurants that are consistently getting those delivery services, which is why I think.
yeah, so let's see what you have.
Yes.
Good luck, Nick. I'd like to, I'm curious.
This was the design.
Survey.
So in a bunch of places, yes. For this one, I don't know. Sorry, Casey, for the bike data that we're getting on Broadway, are we tracking speeds as well as volumes? Do you know?
We are working on developing an entire shared street study to really evaluate these locations. We haven't done specific speed like radar gun tests. It's mostly observational and experience, like we get respondents from people who live on the corridor who say that it feels better. We haven't done an actual like before after speed study. It's more qualitative.
And you ask an array of people. Older people, people with disabilities, people with businesses on the blocks. Or are you just an echo chamber of young people? This is what I'm trying to understand. I have a lot of young friends who only use bikes and they love it. So
No, we talked to a very diverse group of people. So business owners.
I would like to know who in the disabilities community you guys have spoken to about planning this out. I'd really like to know, and I'd like to be at that meeting.
Yeah, we can get that information.
I'll bring the state people and the city people who work with people with disabilities. You need to be informed about the challenges of how some people are receiving this.
Absolutely. And I mean, we have an ADA coordinator, Edmund City, who's phenomenal. We work very closely with Jean Ryan and her folks. Like the accessibility community is somebody we talk to on almost all of our initiatives, design of our public space included. But it's something, if we can do better,
They
we
can't
want to,
cross the
right?
street.
Absolutely.
Nick, they can't cross the street.
No, I know. Again, we're replacing literally hundreds of thousands of pedestrian ramps. We're installing pedestrian refuge islands.
Wheelchairs through the,
Yeah,
whatever you call it.
there's a lot of work to do. We know that for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Now to the design team.
All right, thank you, everyone. So I think we have a separate presentation, right? Okay. Yeah, I hope it's queued up.
But can you introduce yourself,
Yes,
please?
of course. So my name is Mark Logan. I'm with HDR. We're the prime consultant, the engineering firm, working with the DDC. I'll touch on the existing conditions, some of the background, some of the engineering challenges, and then I'll pass it off to my colleague here from Star White House. This is Huan Yu Chen. So I think Casey set us up perfectly for the context and the concepts that we're working within. Know that we've met with Community Board 5. We've coordinated a lot with the Garment District Alliance, and we've gotten feedback throughout the process as much as we've could at this point. So skipping ahead here, looking at the site, we all know Midtown, but just quickly looking at it, we're between Times Square and Herald Square. We have major transit hubs like Madison Square Garden, Penn Station, and of course, Bryant Park nearby. The footprint of this project that we're looking at specifically between 38th and 40th on Broadway can be seen here. So some of the existing conditions we can touch on here. These are all done with temporary materials. You can see in place of permanent curbs, there are white stripes. There is green bike lanes. And this was implemented in 2021 as a trial. It created pedestrian plaza on 39th to 40th, which I'll call the North Block. And it created a shared street that we just talked about on the 38 to 39 block, the South Block. So quickly, I'll just go through. We've all seen it, but this is the existing materials: asphalt roadways, typical concrete sidewalks. That's the South Block. Also on the South Block is a city bike rack, the green painted bike lanes, as I mentioned, and then curb lines that are the existing curb lines from when it was all vehicles on the roadway. So with the North Block, 39 to 40th Street, access is blocked off from cars using above ground planters. There's street furniture throughout. There are art installations. On the west side of Broadway, there is, it abuts Golda Meir Plaza, which is a privately owned public space. So Huan Yu will talk a bit about weaving our urban design into what exists there today. Furthermore, on the North Block, I mentioned street furniture and street planters. And then you can see an art installation on that pedestrian block. And we'll talk about programming advantages to our proposed design. I won't go too much into the weeds on design manuals, but we're using all the latest DOT, DDC, MTA, so on and so forth, the agency guidelines. We'll look at here a cross section of the South Block just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with underground. The subway is roughly 13 feet deep. It's the NQR line. And you can see the property line on each side is one with the building line. And there are utilities, water, sewer, steam main is the most sensitive of the utilities that we're coordinating with, and communications and electric. The North Block, I mentioned the plaza on the left-hand side there, Golda Meir Plaza. Their basement actually abuts the property line. They have parking structure beneath. So there are challenges with working around the existing subway and existing basements. To kind of close out the engineering portion of this, this is a graphic we've been using to illustrate the below grade conflicts that we have and things we definitely need to work around. And I mentioned most sensitive of that being the steam main. So we've been working with Con Edison already in an early stage to make sure that we're not proposing installations in ground that would conflict with utilities that can't be moved, frankly. But otherwise, there is going to be replacement of water mains as part of this project, repairs to sewers, and then coordination with the private utilities if needed. So the steam main, I'll use the pointer here. This is actually the steam, sorry. The steam main runs in this general area, and that's, you can see existing trees are nearby. This is all existing that we're looking at here, but that's the steam main, north to south. So green are the trees. Yep. So there's newsstands, there's fire hydrants and utilities. Yes. Sorry, clearance. Yeah, exactly. No, it's like, well, there's existing trees, 1, 2, 3, 4 are all existing. And there's critical root zones that we need to maintain.
Green,
Yes.
the lower, yeah, those are
Down
not.
here.
Right.
Those tree pits?
Those are the lighting fixtures that we cannot place trees within those green buffers. Yeah. So the green generally here shows the buffer zone we need to have beyond. So beyond those green area, we can plant trees.
But the ones in the center are actual trees, so it's just a
Yes.
little bit difficult for us to see what's a tree and what's a clearance.
Right.
Broadly, so we understand this drawing.
These green things are tree canopy, right?
No, they're
Those-
clearance.
So the green here generally shows the buffers that we need to provide for all the tree planting. Those 4 greens are the existing trees CRZ, and those are the lighting fixtures on the street corners. We
So
put
that's
the,
a light, but that's a tree?
right, but generally here, we're not trying to differentiate what is a tree, what is a light. We're trying to tell where we can place trees.
So why is the other, yeah,
Everything else are clearances, like you cannot put trees within those greens. So-
Right.
okay, maybe next time make them a different color.
I hear you on that.
Like they look like trees. So that doesn't make any sense to me now. What is this trying to tell
So
us?
here, the green generally tells the story about where you cannot place trees, no matter where
The
those.
place where you cannot place a tree and the place where there are trees look exactly the same.
Deborah.
I hear you on that.
Put a tree there. It's going.
Okay, got it, got it.
What?
No,
No.
these corners don't have.
They're not, they don't have.
They
trees.
don't have.
Yeah.
Delightful.
I can only read these drawings because I know the area very well, so yes.
I think when we show the renderings, it'll clarify where we're headed with all this, but thank you.
But for us.
Understood,
to-
this can be clarified for
Yes,
sure.
and for us, it's also interesting to understand where are the underground conflicts that
Yes.
we cannot see above ground, right? Because that does limit your future tree planting. out
Yes, yes, the 2 biggest being obviously the steam main that I mentioned and the
there.
subway.
Exactly, which is why I wanted to know where the seam was.
Understood.
I'm sure you understand this landscape very well in terms of the site constraints, but I'm just saying this drawing tells us and pretty much anyone else who doesn't know the site, nothing.
I hear you.
Yeah, it's brown dots and green dots and it just, yeah.
Wait,
Right.
If you go to there, you'd be having a totally different.
Yeah, you,
yeah.
Not fair.
yeah, we're not trying to be disrespectful
I
to you
get
guys.
it.
We apologize. Keep going.
And we've looked at this 1,000 times and that's also makes it just, it's not really the same thing we're looking at. So I appreciate that. Now I'll just say one more thing about traffic flow and engineering and then I'll pass it off to Juan Yu. So this just kind of shows the general circulation of the area. We'll talk more about bike lanes as you see our proposed elements. But eastbound vehicular traffic, sorry, all vehicular traffic is shown in blue. Eastbound on 38th and 40th, westbound on 39th. This is same as existing. And then you can see southbound vehicular traffic on Broadway. Again, same as is the existing condition right now. The black lines are bike lanes. So 2-way bike lane traffic on Broadway, as you can see. We'll talk more about what's going on in this closed block here. But there's 1-way traffic eastbound of bikes on 38th Street, 2-way traffic on 39th, and no designated bike lanes on 40th Street. And I'll just touch on here before we get into Juan Yu's portion. We mentioned here there's APS units, so those are audible signals that will be installed at every single intersection for the hearing impaired. There will be detectable warning strips at every single crossing. So the signal timing will be for pedestrian speeds of all users. Yes. Yes. So we'll be continuing our coordination with the DOT signal group on that. We'll also be implementing something new with the DOT, detectable warning strips that are not as wide as your typical crossing, but it indicates that you're moving into a different zone. So you're moving out of a pedestrian zone into a potentially shared area. So there's detectable warning strips throughout. I'll also mention that we're proposing bollards, which you'll see more in the next few slides. And that's another element that will be slowing down bikers at this interface here. And I can certainly answer questions, but Juan Yu, if you want to get into the urban design, I think that's a good.
Okay. So hello, everyone. I'm Huan Yu Chen with Star White House. So the presenter here might look young, but we do have diverse team members in our project, including seniors. And so going back to the programming diagram here. So the gray here shows the maintained grid circulation for pedestrians. And the yellow here highlights the plaza space, including the seating and flexible community event. And we do provide a range of different space for the community events and also potential art installation in the site by the request from the government district bid. And in this plan, you can see from Mark's circulation diagram, in the south block, we have a like two-way bike lane and also one-way vehicular lane with a pickup and drop-off zone in the south block. Once they are moving to the north block, we have a protected bike lane, and both blocks are protected by the crash-rated bollards for pedestrian safety. And in the mid block of the north block, we have crosswalk and a median for people to cross. And on the bike lane here, we have rumble stripes on the bike lane to slow down the bikers. And in the south block, we have the flowering trees in the raised planter to screen the traffic for the pedestrians. And on both blocks, we have street trees along with the shade tree in the raised planter in north block to provide the shade for the plaza space. This is the current plan of the two blocks. You can see both blocks have the bike lane on the west side, and the surface is DOT temporary plaza treatment with limited shade with those are like minimum like planting in the movable planters by government district today. And in the proposed plan, this is a better view to see like both blocks are protected by those bollards, and also the traffics are slowed down by the rumble stripes and also mid-block crossing. And we used the DOT approved unpigmented and pigmented concrete to create a unique concrete paving pattern to celebrate the identity and culture of government district. And the government district bid can also deploy the movable tables and chairs based on their needs. This is an area view from 40th Street looking south. You can see the current setup of the movable tables, chairs, and planters. And in the future, this is also a better view to see the bollards. You can see in North Block, both cross streets have bollards to protect the pedestrians. And in the bike lanes, we have rumble stripes on top of the bike lane surface. And the whole bike lane area will be surrounded by the detectable warning surface. Two lane. One each way, yeah. So
And one lane for vehicular traffic?
in the North Block, there will be no vehicular traffic.
None, that's what.
Right, okay,
When you get to the next block.
yes.
The
So,
treatment changes, right?
Yeah.
You go from the two-way bike lane to.
two-way bike lane and also one-way vehicular lane. So once biker pass the 39th Street going to the South Block, it's still two-way bike lane, but shared with one-way vehicular lane with cars.
So cars and cyclists are sharing the road.
Right.
There's no designation. They're all going in the same place.
We do have like a small turning area exclusively reserved for the bikers, but generally on the street space, they're sharing the space.
So why wouldn't you? Am I on?
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, then why wouldn't you? I'm on, I got it.
No.
So then why wouldn't you have some kind of separation in that second street?
Why are you choosing to have a shared
Right,
bike and vehicular?
I think that comes from our lessons learned that separate space increases speeds. So sharing space requires negotiation, requires slowing. It requires you to go slower because you don't have a free highway. That's what we've learned from the installation of the in-house project. It had a separated facility and we saw high speeds where we implemented it as the shared condition. So between Union Square and Flatiron is this shared condition. We've seen much slower speeds.
So I just want to say, you're terrific. And I support a lot of this, but based on that argument, then if you're saying that the shared slows traffic, then why have the dedicated specific only for bikes, right? Isn't that?
So one thing I didn't mention is when we remove traffic from a block, there has to be access for emergency vehicles. So the bollards will be removable. There has to be access for emergency vehicles. So bollards, that's an important point. Yes, thank you.
No, but the question,
Right, right.
Just.
So the bollards at the access points of those bike lanes will be removed.
But you didn't answer my question.
Okay.
Which
At
is,
least the answer,
if,
go ahead.
if what Casey said is true, and
Yeah.
again, I'm not, I support bike lanes, I'm just saying. But if what you're saying is that the reason you don't have a dedicated or protected bike lane in that second block is because your experience tells you that sharing the road slows everybody down, then why don't you continue that treatment beyond that?
There's no.
Yeah, it's more about like car speed and vehicular speed, so bikes or vehicles in this case. Once you have just pedestrian space, the improved clarity we view as better, and it was a big request from the community of having it all shared is a little too vague. They don't know where bikes may be going, and having a space for cyclists that's clear from a pedestrian standpoint was preferred.
but Casey,
It is a little counter, but we do. The bikes and vehicles slow each other, but when you just have bikes, pedestrians don't slow them. So we want
Right.
to create dedicated space.
but what I'm wondering about here, and we're only dealing with 2 blocks, so maybe it's heightened. But going from the north block to the south, it seems to me like that quick shift, it doesn't so much make sense, because if you're on a bike going from the north to the south, you may not really be thinking that all of a sudden there's gonna be cars there. And then, like, I understand that you're adjusting to the conditions on every block, and that's very hard to do, but like, will it be like that north block for many blocks going north? Will it be like, is this the one place? Like, my feeling is transitioning one block to the next is a recipe for accidents.
We've installed it, so it exists in multiple locations. So there's a plaza block just north of Union Square that transitions to a shared block. There's the 2 Flatiron Piazza blocks that
And what's your
transitions.
experience in those transitions?
Everyone negotiates, and it's all negotiation. You have to go slow, and people figure it out.
So you
we
have
haven't
that
seen any
exact
issue.
condition?
Yep. Mhm.
Is there signage or any other?
I think it would just be helpful perhaps to understand your observations of those areas that have been implemented, just to see how the design vocabulary does help people read what to do. Because I think for us right now, this is a master plan that we're looking at a very myopic way in these 2 blocks. And the 2 blocks are already so self-different that it's difficult to understand how this works as a network, right? Like when you're moving as a cyclist, you're not going 1 block, you're not going 2, you may be going 10, you may be going 15. So what have you learned from those projects? How does that apply here? And how does that then inform north and south?
There we go.
I think that the biggest thing is that this isn't new. So this is installed, albeit in temporary materials, along pretty big portions of the corridor today. So this isn't necessarily like a novel treatment.
Yeah, and I think for us, it's just maybe knowing that you've done it, what have you observed, what has worked, what are you looking to improve? So we self-educate ourselves on what I think is a very progressive way to start thinking about this, but in this very localized way, it's a little bit difficult to judge.
So, and putting it another way, you're saying this condition right here exists in many places.
Correct, at least 3.
And you
Four.
found that everyone negotiates and gets it. but
Yeah.
never seen increased
Nope.
accidents.
Yeah, it's all slow and steady, and
So
it all
maybe,
figures itself out.
so I think that's what you're saying, right? You are relying on people giving as public policy?
It's a big, I mean, shared space design is very much about not over-engineering it and requiring those interactions.
What
That's
you're
the
doing is
nation.
you're Socially engineering the streets of the city without what it seems to me as a great grand plan and vision.
But that's in the history of streets in New York City, is that they have.
I understand, but here's the thing, it's not working. Because a lot of people feel very unsafe, walking on the streets, crossing the streets. Young women with kids in strollers feel really unsafe. It's unsafe. And you can tell people it's the perception, right? They just perceive it, but our data shows you're safe as could be, but you have to do something to ensure the public that you're taking these things seriously.
And I think what I'm interested to know, Meryl, is, seems like they have installed it, seems like it's working. Show us that, right? So we're not thinking big picture, every New York City street, but we're looking specifically at those examples and understanding through your perspective what has been successful and how can that deploy throughout the rest.
DOT has very, very specific and targeted crash data, no? Right, and so you could say at the corner of 40th and Broadway, we had whatever, 6 accidents last year, and it went down to 3 after the treatment.
After the
So
treatment,
wherever
exactly.
you've had this treatment, you have the crash data, right?
Yeah.
So show us, and again, I believe in the long-term goal here and the long-term vision, right? We are experiencing serious, right, growth issues associated with this vision. But if you have the data, show it, right? Say that in this intersection that we gave this treatment, there were 24 accidents or crashes in 2022. And then when we did the treatment, it went down to 12 in 2023. We made it safer. That's what's missing.
Yeah. So do you have more of your presentation?
Yes, I
Okay, we're very behind, so we're going to just let you finish your presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Those were really helpful questions. And I just have one more thing to address on this plan. So basically, the existing street trees and new street trees and trees in the planters are aligned with the Broadway axis to address the view corridors. This is a familiar view of the Broadway. Movable tables and chairs and movable planters, bike lanes, wide sidewalk, and heavy foot traffic. But imagine a new Broadway, safe crossing for pedestrians, more trees, less traffic, cleaner air, and more seating area, vibrant social space. And more importantly, this is what people are going to see stepping out of their office doors.
There's a citywide goal as part of DOT to increase micromobility usage for climate reasons, for resiliency reasons, for better access reasons for other roadway users. And we do see the Broadway corridor as an important connection for bicyclists. So we are designing with them in mind. And if we don't design them with them in mind, they'll probably be there anyways.
So let me just see if I get this straight. This is all about getting cars out of the city. Because I would get that as a plan, but to me, that's what it sounds like. And, you know, you keep talking about pedestrians, but pedestrians feel very threatened all the time. And was it Mayor de Blasio who went to zero? What was it? Zero? Vision zero. People getting run over by bikes all the time. And so I just think if you want a free zone where it's about pedestrians and mobility and people being able to enjoy outside spaces, just close it off.
That's a valid idea. It just, we have the citywide kind of mandate to.
I'm gonna help you guys get a working bike.
Great.
Okay, let's go from those high-level questions to an eye-level view. So this is an eye-level view in the north block showing existing bike lane and the curb that will be upgraded into a tree-lined plaza with movable tables and chairs. Another view in the north block showing the existing DOT temporary plaza treatment that will also be converted into a protected bike lane with rumble stripes on top of it to slow down the traffic with a mid-block crossing for pedestrians. And going to the south block, the existing bike lane and the curb here will be transformed into the new street trees with the trees in the raised planter. The planter wall is tapered from the street side to the plaza side to soften the concrete. And we're going to the technical details of the materials. I'll be fast. So we are using the DOT unpigmented and pigmented concrete along with the detectable warning surface to ensure the long-term maintainability. In addition to that, we have scored jointing to define the social zones in the plaza area. Seating options include the wood bench topper, freestanding bench, and movable table and chairs. The ongoing discussion and coordination with DOT and Garment District bid is happening. If needed, we can switch to the city bench for the long-term maintainability. City bench can be used at the same configuration as wood benches. Both blocks are protected by those crash-rated bollards and also the planter walls. The dome-shaped crash-rated bollards can make sure there's no objects like the coffee top rest on top of it. And the trash bins will follow DOT and DSNY standard. DSNY will take care of the street trash bins, and Garment District bid will take care of the plaza trash bins. City lights and the flushing metal pole with 2 arm lights will make sure full site coverage of lighting. We have 2 electric boxes in both blocks with exclusive use of plug-in points by Garment District bid. A combination of street tree pits, in-ground planters, and movable planters will bring the multiple layers of greenery and biodiversity. In the north block, 4 existing street trees, calorie pair, will be protected and remain. We have non-fruiting thornless honey locust in the wreathed planter in the north block to provide shade. And flowering trees will be planted in the modular planters next to the bike lane to act as a buffer between pedestrian and bikers. In the south block, we have 4 new silver linden street tree for its full canopy size. And we have flowering trees in those planters to screen traffic for pedestrian area. Shrubs and ground cover will be added in both blocks to add beautification and greenery. And this is our presentation. Thanks everyone for your questions, but we're ready to hear more from you guys.
I just wanted to mention, we really appreciate you guys and your
Thank you.
patience and all of our commentary. And also we know that as designers, policy's not on you, you're, working together with the agencies. So this is why we wanted a committee dialogue and not a vote today. So I think you understand that.
What's the next step?
As the next step, it would be a conceptual presentation.
I mean, this is a conceptual presentation. This is conceptual, yeah.
It's the preliminary.
Right, but we can do an interim update.
And if I could provide some quick design comments, just to.
Yes.
So rest the design.
Appreciate it.
Policy. So I understand this is conceptual. I think there's just I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. The first question is, in the first block between 40th and 39th, there is already a Pops Plaza there. You mentioned the alignment of the bike lane and basically increasing the plaza to the west was to create a view corridor down Broadway. Did I understand that correctly?
So here we maintain the view corridor by aligning the trees with the Broadway axis. So you can see the street trees are aligned and trees in planters are also aligned. So,
but at an eye level, what does that mean? And here's where my question is going. Because that plaza exists already, there's a lot more public sitting on that western side of the street, and there isn't as much on the eastern side.
Right.
You are locating some movable tables and chairs, but the space, the quality of the space is not the same as you have on the other side. The other side is very rich. You're kind of sheltered by the planting. It leads to a lot of social engagement. You kind of already have that, right? So it's more about understanding, is there a strong reason why you're balancing everything to the west as opposed to maybe creating better space to the east so that both sides are self-similar?
right. So there are 3 reasons. One reason is we're going to create a bigger social space on the west side that can be used in together with the Golden Meir existing plaza as a bigger space for potential events. So the second reason is also we need a relatively bigger space for the potential art installation for Garment District. That's why they are placed in the west side. And on the east side, we do have different thinking about why we're having those small pods of movable tables and chairs, because here are 2 or 3 restaurants, and we are thinking of they could have outdoor dining in front of their business. That's why those are a small pods of a movable table and chairs.
So with that response, I would like to see when you come next to understand what are the spaces you're highlighting for events or for artwork. The artwork they installed there is very, very large scale.
Yes.
A lot of it may have to do because that empty plaza and that's what they can do. But your current plan doesn't have a lot of spaces. So I think maybe just understanding how that feels at eye level to justify why we're putting so much on one side and not on the other. That's just.
I hear you on
That's
that.
food for thought, just to understand it more through your lens.
Gotcha.
Okay, when it comes to the choices of furniture and planters, you mentioned in one of the renderings concrete planters, but then there was another slide that mentioned metal planters. So I would like a little bit more clarity on what is being proposed. Similar with the benches, I understand there's always a push and pull between what the bids are willing to maintain, these wooden benches versus the city bench, which DOT is more familiar with. But that does affect the quality of how we read the space, the sizes, how they interact with the planters. I don't think the wooden bench can be substituted by the city bench. I think it really is a very different design. So I think if the conversations are ongoing, it would be good to see the same rendering with both so that we can evaluate your thinking and how they can be interchangeable. Or when you come back, just make the decision. And I understand the decision may take a while.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hopefully we can come back with the resolved decision. And in terms of the material of the planters, so all those in-ground planters on the west side, they are all concrete planters. They are also acting in the south block, acting as a crash protection for pedestrians. And we only have 8 movable planters on the east side of the north block of next to the bike lane, and they are movable not by people but by forklift. So Garment District can mobilize when they need to have them in different areas.
And those are metal?
Yeah, those are metal, and they're going to be maintained by Garment District bid. And those concrete planters will be maintained by DOT.
All right, so benches and movable tables. Right now, the tables there are fixed and they don't have a lot of movable chairs. I don't know if it's a bandwidth issue from the bid. So again, just understanding the commitment of maintaining and taking away these chairs at night. It just where projects fall apart, right? Where it's designed with that intent and then a year later doesn't happen.
Right.
That's food for thought. In terms of bicycle safety, you mentioned several things that I know having problems in other projects. Bollards along Hudson River Park, there's accidents with bikers colliding against bollards all the time. I have a friend that has broken his shoulder 3 times. So to understand what is the design of those bollards, are they going to have some sort of additional measure beyond just a crash rated bollard that makes it more visible to cyclists? Second thing, the rumble strip. I think you meant maybe it only happens at the pedestrian crossing. Is that correct?
We have them on the bike lanes, so 2 of them here and 2 of them here. So whenever they are entering this protected bike lane, they are going to step on the.
So it would be good to see details of that and also some sort of metrics of how they have proven to be successful. Rumble strips can tend to trip a cyclist if they're not done properly, and it can cause more accidents. So just for us to understand a little bit more.
So it's like a small bump.
To raise margins,
It's a
so
bump.
honestly, it's just uncomfortable if you're riding faster, to be honest.
But the problem is if you ride very fast and you encounter that, it can actually trip you and you can fall. So
It's that fine line between
it's that fine line.
slowing people down or being.
So again, because the safety between pedestrians and cyclists has been so important in this meeting, understanding those details and the success of those details in other New York City spaces will be very important. That's it. And the rest you guys know.
So the team, the staff will summarize those comments, but I think you have them, right? And Isabel, it was the bollards, the rumble strips, and your 2 points before that. if you
The
could repeat.
benches, I would like to understand,
benches, yes, of
the
course.
benches, the choice of benches,
Yeah.
and lastly, just a little bit more of an eye level logic of these view corridors that you're speaking about, because I do feel the space does feel very unbalanced. It feels really balanced to the west with a lot of greenery, a lot of seating, a lot of comfortable spaces, and almost no quality of space to the east. And I'm just wondering if it needs to be that way, if it can be a little bit more balanced on both sides.
Gotcha. We're
Okay,
hearing you
so
on
you've
that.
got it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, you all have been enormously gracious in our late afternoon perambulations about this project. I think, the issues we bring up, they are design issues, but we understand that they are, some of them beyond scope of what this agency can do. I think it's a real question for all of us.
Safety is not part of design.
No, of course it is. It's not only resolvable through design is the point I'm making. But I think, we recognize, and I'm sure all of you do, that we can't make policy right here. We can suggest, nor can you, but I think we can all work together. You understand very well from your data and from your design training what we know and what we should do based on what we know. And that's what we're urging, is to really always reference the data so that not only we can understand why decisions are made, but so that policymakers will understand that the design decisions are not arbitrary, but are in fact connected to data that you all are connecting, that you understand. I think that should just be part of every presentation, and that would help us. So with that, I think we'll conclude. Well, thank you for this work, and we look forward to seeing you at preliminary with answers to the questions that we raised today, particularly the last 4 that Isabel raised. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll now continue this committee meeting with the conceptual review of the construction of flood protection measures as part of the Northwest Battery Park City Resiliency Master Plan at Battery Place in First Place, South End Avenue in Third Place, and West Thames Street. And West Thames Street in Manhattan, and the construction of flood protection measures as part of the Northwest Battery Park City Resiliency Master Plan at West Street between Chambers Street and North Moore Street in Manhattan. We'll welcome the team in, and once you're settled in, we will. Meryl and Bill, can we get started? I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, I'm going to introduce the project again. Okay, all, we're about to start again. We'll now continue the meeting with the conceptual review of the construction of flood protection measures as part of the Northwest Battery Park City Resiliency Master Plan at Battery Place and First Place, South End Avenue in Third Place, and West Thames Street in Manhattan, and the construction of flood protection measures as part of the Northwest Battery Park City Resiliency Master Plan at West Street between Chambers Street and Northmore in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Nick, please begin.
Thank you again, commissioners. As mentioned, we're going to try to move through this as quickly as possible. We did do an informal a briefing with you all as well as a site visit. So we've got some background here. I'm going to turn it over right away to Kimberly from Battery Park City Authority to go through a short introduction, and then we'll get to the design team.
Hi, thank you for having us. I'm Kimberly Saul with the Vice President for Planning and Design at Battery Park City Authority. And I just wanted to let you know that we have Rachel Wilkins here with BIG and Greta Rudicelli with SCAPE, and they're going to take you through the project. And we'll try and move as quickly as possible because we know you've been here for a little while. But just to say, we want to preserve the existing character and material palette for Battery Park City. You have some samples on the table, and I'm going to have them take it away. Thank you.
Also, commissioners, if we can just have the team finish their presentation, then we can have the comments. It might be easier. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rachel Wilkins. I'll be presenting for BIG. I'm the project lead for BIG Scope on Battery Park City. The presentation is very long. We've kind of curated a subsection of slides to go through for the presentation. So we'll be going through this rather quickly, but if we skip over content that you would like to pause or revisit on, we can either do that during the presentation or as we get to the end. The Northwest Battery Park City project is a progressive design build project. This submission is both a preliminary and final submission for reaches 2 through 7. This is only a preliminary submission for reach 1, and that's because of ongoing stakeholder coordination and a lot of utility coordination that's still going on in reach 1. The project is slated to start construction in January of 2026 and to last for 5 years. We're going to start off by talking about the FBS system itself. We selected the FBS system as a flood wall for a couple different reasons. The first reason is that we did receive a lot of community feedback, and BPCA also received a lot of community feedback on the Wagner Park project about maintaining the existing site and the functionality of the site as it is today. Also, Battery Park City already has a language of flood walls and privacy walls across the project. A lot of the FBS alignment is going to be replacing those privacy walls and flood walls as they are today. We're also reacting to a lot of different spatial constraints. We've designed the FBS so that it can respond to a multitude of scales across the project, including this kind of large urban move where we're replacing that language of privacy walls on the project. Neighborhood interventions like you see at Reach 5, as well as the pedestrian and human scale experience. So this is looking at the flood wall layout. There's a couple different things that we want to remark on here. The first is that we did choose to do the flood wall layout in this integral color concrete. We call this color a dusky rose, and we selected this color in order to pick up on a lot of the existing materiality on the site, namely the Stony Creek pink granite, which we have samples of right here. These are some of the control samples that were the initial in-house test samples that we did for the flood wall. We also have a series of in-place mock-ups where we're doing some additional color testing that are on the site today, and that's what this larger spread is showing. A couple other things, we have chosen to do the flood wall in an integral color concrete. This is because integral color concrete is much easier to maintain and for FEMA to inspect for flood wall, make sure that it's in good shape. We have selected this kind of undulating series of formliner patterns. This pattern is both to give the wall a little bit more of a human scale and also kind of to evoke some of the water context that the site is next to. I'm going to hand it over to Greta so she can go through her reaches.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. So my name's Greta. I'm with SCAPE. Let's see here.
So we're going to look first at just an overview of all the PDC jurisdictions within our project. Starting at the left side of the screen, which is the southern end of the project extent. We are in the South Cove neighborhood and along the South Esplanade. There we have 5 street ends within jurisdiction. Looking at First Place, South End Ave, West Thames Street, Rector Place, and Albany Street. And then we have an area near the ferry terminal and the Irish Hunger Memorial. And then lastly, we have the areas along Route 9A at Harrison Street and North Moore Street. So looking first at South Cove, this is a neighborhood that we know is a beloved landscape by Susan Child, Mary Miss, and Stan Escott. In this area, we really sought to preserve the mature tree canopy, as you can see here again, those PDC jurisdiction areas, which we'll come to in a moment. Preserve as much of the existing tree canopy as possible, preserve views to the water and the general experience of this landscape today. As such, we sought to thread the FBS along those existing privacy walls along the left side of the page in red, and then wrapping along a site wall next to the Regatta building today. At the South End Avenue street end, we have a 50-foot wide flip-up gate. We chose a flip-up gate here because it has the least impact on the urban experience, allowing for more planting on either side of the wall. And then coming to views of that area at South End Ave, I believe some of this group has seen the conceptual submission rendering below and a revised submission rendering here on this screen. So what we're seeing is the FBS opening, a flip-up gate in the middle there, bollards in the foreground, and then planting and details and materiality that really is in keeping with the existing condition today. At First Place, we're going to skip over this, but this is the tie-in to the South Battery project. So we can come back to this area if there are questions here. And I'm going to pass it back to Rachel to look at the South Esplanade.
Okay, so we'll go to this slide. So this is showing the 3 different PDC jurisdictions within the South Esplanade. We're really going to cover one in great detail. That is the West Thames Street end, and that's because that's where a lot more of the interventions that are new are happening. In Rector Place and Albany Place street ends, a lot of the material is going to be replaced in kind so that it'll emulate the existing conditions today. Also, the large piece of artwork that is at the Rector Park Street end, Rector Gate, is going to be protected in place. So we'll go over to West Thames Street. One thing that we want to note about West Thames Street is there is an existing art piece called Sitting Stance that's located there. It's 5 pieces of artwork. We are proposing to relocate that artwork from its location on what we call the dry side of the wall currently today over to the wet side of the wall, or right off of the Esplanade in its own little designed node. Here you can see this is the current submission at West Thames. This is a little bit different from the prior submission where the wall was just pulled off of the platform. This is actually bringing the wall a little bit more up into the street end so that the opening of the wall is perpendicular to the street end to maintain more clear views as you're kind of coming down the street and looking through the opening. The other big interventions are more of kind of a response to this, so updating the planter geometries, and then we're also proposing to add bollards at this street end. So we'll flip through to a couple. This is looking at the existing conditions. You can see the Sitting Stance art pieces that are here at the end of the street, as well as the existing removable bollards. And then this is the proposed condition where you have the flood wall that is perpendicular to the street. You can see the new proposed planting and benches. And then as you look through the opening of the FBS in the background, you can see the relocating Sitting Stance artwork. Pass it to you. Okay.
From here, we're going to move forward. And again, we can come back to any of these specific areas if we'd like to in more detail. We're going to go to the ferry terminal at 300 VC and the Irish Hunger Memorial. In this area, we are kind of at the juncture of several different design languages between the Lily Pond, which is tied with Rockefeller Park, the architecture of the ferry terminal, 300 VC, and of course, the Irish Hunger Memorial. The design here in this location was really, we tried to strategically thread the FBS so that it minimizes impact to the Memorial Plaza and that optimize preservation of the Lily Pond. And then we really wanted to kind of bring more planting around the FBS to really make that wall as invisible as possible, and berm up where possible. So what we see in our, actually one other note on this was also really optimizing that wide opening again. So here we have a 50-foot roller gate centered on the lily pond. And this is a view from the left side of the Irish Hunger Memorial. We're looking at the wall in front of the lily pond today, and the proposed view here. So on the left side, you can see there's a raised planter, and the FBS wall is tucked within there about 1 foot above finished grade. On the right side, you can see the other end of that opening peeking around the corner. And in this moment, we're going to talk a little bit more about the wall color. What we've heard from your team is an interest in exploring alternatives to the pink tone. We looked at these strategies site-wide. So option 1 was an approach of a context match where we look at adjacent stone materiality in the landscape. Option 2 was the idea of a gradient. So part of the site is a context match with more of the gray tones, and part of it is more of the pink tones that you see more of the Stony Creek granite in certain areas of the site. And the third approach is the pink FBS that we've seen in the previous renderings. So now we're on the right side of the Irish Hunger Memorial. We chose looking at this location in particular because the height of the FBS is a little bit more visible than on the left side of the memorial. So here we're looking at a context match, thinking about the existing gray of Rockefeller Park walls.
Where is it?
This is here. So
On the left, it's pink.
that's actually a wood planter wall. This side is the FBS kind of tucks into the planting and the bermed landscape here.
Got it, thank you.
In the second version, this is more of a gradient. Again, this is a site-wide strategy. So in the location here, we have almost like a cool gray pink tone. And then in the third option, we're looking at the pink FBS. I know the site says selected, it really should say preferred. That's an oversight on our part. But our team prefers the third option because we believe it really provides a distinct complement with the memorial today and allows the memorial to have its own identity and character. It also creates the system of the FBS that is continuous with the rest of the project. And we also feel that the warm tones in kind of winter and off seasonality when we don't have the richness of planting will provide a little bit more color in the landscape.
Sorry, I know we're not supposed to interrupt, but can you point which one of those are these? 'Cause it's
Yes.
a little bit difficult, the
Of
particular
course.
ones.
Yeah, so this is option 1, the context match. This is the selected option 2, and this is, or sorry, option 3, and then this is option 2, correct?
So that's your preferred.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
But you're only proposing 3 options on this area, not throughout all the zones that PDC has purview over?
That's correct.
And why only on this area and not everywhere?
You want to answer that one?
Sure, I can. Because this area is the closest to the Irish Hunger Memorial, it also has more cool tones on the site than you see elsewhere on the project. A lot of the paving, a lot of the existing wall that's here is in this kind of darker ashlar granite color. And then you also have the Irish Hunger Memorial, which is also in kind of these darker, more muted gray tones. Across the rest of the site, you really do see a strong language of the Stony Creek pink granite walls. You see it clad on most of Brookfield Place, and most of the walls that are along the site, along Reach 6 and Reach 7, are also these retaining and privacy walls that are clad in the Stony Creek pink granite. You have to pardon these are actually clean samples. When you go out on the site, the walls themselves are also a little bit more muted in gray because they've been installed outside for a long time. Okay, so we will fast forward to Reach 1. There's 2 main areas that are within the Reach 1 PDC jurisdiction. The first is the sidewalk that's located along Northmore, and it turns the corner along Brennan Street. Another thing I want to add before we get into Reach 1 is this is probably the most urban context that the FBS is threading into. In both of these situations, you really do have a wall that's up next to a building that people are going to be walking right alongside of. In most other areas of the site, you either have a planter or you have a large planting area that's in between people and the wall. So this is this is kind of coming up towards the tie-in. These are the existing conditions. A couple things that we also want to note about Reach One is we really are threading the FBS flood wall through a whole bunch of different constraints that are in the existing sidewalk, mainly Con Ed utility vaults. And then also along the back of the curb, you have an oleostatic line as well as a 12-inch water main that we need to be 3 feet off of. So you can kind of see this slide is showing in orange those Con Ed vaults that we're trying to avoid. The FBS is in this gray that's kind of threading through the middle of them. And then we also have along the back of the curb, that kind of lighter blue line is where that 12-inch water main is located. So this is the existing, or this is the preliminary plan for the Northmore. The FBS again is in orange. Along Northmore, we're also currently working with DOT to devise a 12-foot sidewalk expansion. This would take the existing 3-lane Northmore Road down to a 2-lane road that has parallel parking on either side. This has not been finalized. It's actually something that we're still working with DOT on. We plan on circling back with additional plans as soon as that gets finalized. But it does kind of help create this kind of more generous pedestrian experience, especially as you kind of have this wall threading through. And so this is showing an axo of the wall. You can kind of see the larger sidewalk where we are starting to look at planting and aligning curb cuts with existing maintenance access into the building. This is an existing view that's looking down Northmore. The building that's to the left is one of the primary stakeholders in Reach One. This is Independence Plaza. And they are, this is kind of an updated lobby facade that they've recently completed on site. And then this is also showing the FBS wall and where it would go in the current plan. And then we'll flip through to Harrison Street. So this is the second area in Reach One that we'll talk about today. In Harrison Street, the FBS wall kind of turns a corner along the BMCC facade and goes up under the BMCC kind of over where the building kind of goes up above. We're currently proposing a flip-up gate at Harrison Street for a couple different reasons. First, we aren't required to have some of the ancillary structures that come with sliding gates as well as swing gates, kind of these larger column bullnoses that you see throughout the project in the renderings. With the flip-up gate, you really just need 2 wing walls that the flip-up gate can flip up and store to. And so that gets you much better kind of pedestrian access through the area as well as better views when the system isn't deployed. And so this is an axo that kind of shows how the FBS is turning up underneath BMCC. And then we are currently working on views of this area. This is kind of currently the proposed view at the corner of 9A West Street and Harrison Street. On this corner is where the wall turns up and the flip-up gate is located. And this is the final condition. Another thing that I want to add is that this is, according to our storm surge analysis, this is one of the most vulnerable areas of the site. So this is where the wall is the highest. We have agreed with BMCC to hold the wall 8 feet, 8 inches off of their facade so that they're able to do their facade maintenance. They also have a new egress stair that is going to be located behind the wall in these areas as well.
So just so we understand,
Sure.
behind the wall is just an 8-foot gap, accessible only from within the building.
It would be accessible only through a series of locked gates between the building and the FBS flood wall.
Right, but the public's not meant to.
That's
go.
correct. The
Got it.
public is not meant to access those areas.
So how would it be treated on atop?
That's something that we're still coordinating with BMCC. There would either be a series of nets. They are looking at using this area for storage. There's also some ongoing discussion about storing stop logs behind these areas as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this actually concludes our presentation. So if there's any material that you'd like us to go back to, or if you'd like to discuss samples, we'll cede the floor.
Can you speak a little bit about these photographs here? And I don't, do you
Sure.
have them there? No.
We don't have them in the presentation. So we have, I can walk through a couple of these samples. These are the existing tombstone mock-ups that we're doing on site. These are only testing the color and concrete mix, as well as the anti-graffiti coating that is going to go on the flood wall themselves. What we did, the process that we went through is we identified a control sample with the client. This was through a series of site walks. It's really hard to match renderings and colors and renderings. So we actually in-house poured about 40 or 50 different color tabs. We carted them out to site and walked the length of the site with them. We kind of finalized it down to, I think it was about 10 different samples. And then we redid the site walk again. And that came down to this, which we are calling the BPCA Rose, dusky pink. The actual color is a Santa Fe at a 20% intensity from Davies Colors. We wanted to make sure that we were sourcing the integral color pigment from the US. Then we ended up supplying these to 2 different concrete manufacturers who poured these tombstones on their site in order to do the color match. The middle one down here in this and as well as here are a perfect match to the control samples. And then we asked them to gradiate it at 10% and 20% less intensity, and then 10% more and 20% more intensity. And you can see this is the retaining wall that's at Kowski Plaza that's right behind it. This was a strategic location for where to put the tombstones. And then you also see kind of Brookfield Place in the background as you're viewing these.
Just as a process, a quick question. If you're doing the tinted concrete versus the light gray, is there a cost differential there?
I don't believe so.
So it would be the same.
We would
Battery Park City, it's not more complex for them to always have to source that pink.
It would be more complex for us to do multiple colors on the project than to do just one. And part of that is because of the recurve, and part of that is because in some places along Battery Park City, we are looking to do a perfect match in a precast concrete. You also have the precast concrete recurve, which is going on various places of the wall across the project. It's going in reach 1, reach 6, reach 7. Is it going in reach 4 as well?
The recurve?
Yeah,
A small portion.
a small portion of reach 4. And we also want that precast recurve to match the FBS as perfectly as possible. We'd like it to look like a seamless system.
Do you have a drawing of what that looks like?
Sure.
So you are mixing precast with cast in place, but the majority of the wall will be cast in place.
The wall itself will always be cast in place. The recurve portion that goes on top will be precast. We'll go all the way to the front.
And the joint between them are they doweled together and there's like an expansion joint or seal joint between
Yeah,
them?
so there would be an expansion joint that would line up with the expansion joints in the wall itself. The recurve would be doweled into the top of the FBS. And then the joint would be a mortar joint to match. We'll go all the way to the beginning. So this is where the recurve is located.
It's just like a
Relative
coping,
to
basically.
It's exactly.
So the wall is cast in place and then the recurve, which is like a coping, will be precast.
Correct.
And have you done any mock-ups of that relationship between a precast piece and a cast in place piece?
Not yet. We do plan on doing some later this year. We have a series of mock-ups that are planned specifically for matching precast to the integral color concrete.
This sample here, was that was like cast in a controlled environment?
So
tell me about the difference between the
Sure.
process of casting this versus casting
Sure.
that, because they look very different.
Yes, so this was done in-house in Big's Model Shop. We originally 3D printed a resin master, and then we cast the resin master into, we created like a silicone form liner. This is at a 1 to 10 scale of the project. So each of these lines is about approximately a foot tall. And the purpose of this was to test a series of concrete and integral color concrete mixes. We knew, we just knew from experience that we were going to able to provide a manufacturer with the control sample and they would be able to match it right on. If you take these control samples out to site and you hold it up to the middle control sample, it's a perfect match. They did a really great job.
And you
So
mentioned that was a silicone form liner.
that's correct.
But for the scale that we're talking about, what kind of form liner are we?
Yes,
thinking
we are
of?
also looking at a polyurethane form liner. It will be the same type of form liner that's used on the ESCR project. And we do have a series of mock-ups that are planned using that exact form liner. And, you know, we'll be selecting a manufacturer based on the quality of those mock-ups as well. In
Is it-
June.
Is it the design intent, like did Big and the authority and SCAPE have the intent that the wall would be highlighting resiliency measures as opposed to sort of disappearing to the existing landscape? Because it's much more prominent than it would be otherwise.
Sure. So that's a really good question. And that's something that we talked about a lot early on in the project. There are areas, first we have a 15-foot offset from the FBS that is everywhere on the project. We cannot have trees within 15 feet of the flood wall. It's also advised that we not have any sort of tall structures that could be impacted by overloading. So we can grow large plants in front of the wall, but it's really kind of, the wall is going to be visible no matter what we do. And so we either had the option of, do we try to hide this by making it look like what's there already, or do we embrace the fact that the wall is going to be visible? We chose to embrace the fact that it's going to be visible, especially in Reach 1, where we don't have enough room to put more than a very narrow planting beside the wall.
Hi, Rachel. I'm Joe Morone
Yeah.
with Arcadis, the lead engineer on the project. Just one quick clarification. We have done a study where we're in very select areas in certain conditions. We are looking at bringing some trees within the 15 feet of the flood. And we're working with FEMA to see if we can get that approved as part of our overall flood protection project. It's not everywhere, and it's in, but from, we've looked at the tree sizing and also the tree parameters as well as the physical parameters, and have certain targeted areas where we feel that we can come in a little bit. Thank you.
Sorry.
I just wanted to add that a lot of this wall is replacing an existing privacy wall that is made from the pink granite. So it's kind of the color is replacing color that's already there, and it's pretty much the same height. So it's this memory of what was already there. But it's a different material. Yeah.
Which is a great segue to my next question,
Yeah.
which is, any areas on site right now that have that granite, are they of historic designation where that granite is preserved as the character of the place? Or could Brookfield Place one day say, this granite is from the 80s, I'm gonna upgrade it and do white marble?
Yeah. On the facade of their building?
On any areas where you are seeing that granite as part of the context and you're trying to basically create a relationship with it.
I would say the majority of the context that we're tying into with the wall is a building facade. We are looking at some areas that have the Stony Creek pink granite that is in a ground treatment that's being taken up as part of the project. And then you also have the kind of larger plaza at Brookfield Place. That larger project, plaza and art piece is planning on being decommissioned as part of this project. So really the context that we are tying into is either replacing an existing retaining wall that's currently clad in the Stony Creek pink granite, or looking at building facades themselves.
Have you done any outreach? There are many residents, both commercial and residential at Battery Park. And I'm just wondering, have you gotten any feedback on these choices? Because these will be massive infrastructure in that community.
Yeah, we've had quite a few public presentations where we've invited the public to come, and Big has been there, Escape was there, and they've been the public's been heard and involved with.
What is the public perspective on that?
We've heard some good things from people, that it's keeping kind of the warmth. When you go gray, it looks a little bit harsh against the plantings and things like that in Battery Park City. So they love their granite. I mean, they love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pattern that's built off of the SCR, the walls. I'm just curious if the pattern is not sort of built off of the. Okay, I'm curious if the pattern of the walls are meant to build off of the ESCR, kind of like pattern.
Sure, it's less of the pattern building off of ESCR and more about what we learned from the success of that Formliner module and using the Formliner module against these kind of long expanses of wall. One of the things that was a lesson learned on ESCR is modulating the pattern does make it more interesting, especially when you're looking at the wall from farther away. There's also climbing considerations. We need to make sure that a kid can't scale the wall. And then there's also kind of the human scale modularity that kind of gives it a little bit more of a like visual accessibility. And so I wouldn't say that we, this is to tie into ESCR, more of lessons learned.
Just have a number of comments and observations. I think as we have expressed before, we have concerns with the pink. I think this is much more subdued than what we saw before, but the concerns are twofold. One is that the pink is responding to a context that may be very, let's say, consistent throughout the area, but it's not historic. It's actually very 80s, and I suspect a lot of buildings may be renovating at some point, and the amount of this type of granite is going to start diminishing significantly. And then that relationship just disappears, right?
Mm-hmm.
It isn't, in my opinion, it isn't a strong relationship to drive an entire design on. But let's say that's not the issue. Let's say that we do like the pink and that, as you said, it does create a contrast against the gray. Gray can also feel very oppressive, can feel very dry. I don't like the dark gray. I think you're right to point out on your renderings it's not successful. But the question becomes the constructability of this material and how it will look at the scale that you have. And I have many concerns with what you're showing here. First of all, these tombstones are not great. The color is inconsistent within one piece. It's inconsistent amongst the two that are intended to be the same. I know the rest are intended to be different tones, but even within the ones that are one tone, you see the inconsistency of the color. You see the moisture, how the moisture kind of tone shows even more on this material. I mean, they look dirty. They don't look great. So that's a concern I have with this. When I was asking you about the Formliner, it's a similar concern. Silicone is very smooth, and the materials that you use to separate the Formliner from the concrete will impact the reading of that texture, will impact the color. So I think it's important to see what that color looks like with the actual Formliner that you're using. I've done same concrete with wood versus steel, and the color of the concrete changes dramatically because of the releasing agent, because of the formwork, right? So that's just another layer of variability that we need to understand. And then lastly, I'm also worried about the idea of mixing precast with cast in place, because with precast, you said very well, you have a lot more control. You can match it, but with cast in place, you can't. So what's going to end up happening is that recurved corner is going, and you know, the whole topping is going to have a consistent look, a consistent finish, a consistent color, and the wall will not. And unfortunately, New York City just does not have great concrete contractors. So we can't even cast a DOT sidewalk. Sorry, Nick, but you know this is a thing. We can't even cast a DOT sidewalk that looks exactly the same color. And that is the sidewalk that all of New York City has. That is intended to be a specification that, you know, a contractor without a lot of specialty can do. I have big doubts that this is going to be a consistent finish across. And I think these tombstones just don't look great.
Yeah, I would like to point out with the tombstone, there are two sides to the tombstone. So like you just mentioned, each tombstone was cast with plywood on one side and the formwork on the other side, just so we could see the difference between the two. And then when we do our mock-up this summer in June, we will mock up all of the pieces full scale, so we can start to see the colors and the relationships to make sure that we, to troubleshoot any of the issues that you've sort of just brought up.
But are you with the procurement process, for example, is the contractor doing these mock-ups the same one that will be building this, or
Yes,
does it
yeah,
need to go?
Yeah, it's a progressive design build project, so it's the same, we're procuring it through the same contractor.
Before you move on to the next point as well, just to speak on the color, I wanted to just note, I think it's for Battery Park to decide what it wants in the landscape where it lives. So our comments are primarily related to the practicality of this as a design solution, which, as you've heard, we have like very serious reservations about that, because the landscape of Battery Park, as is the whole landscape of Hudson River Park, is an upland landscape, right? Like it's a simulacrum in a way of a natural landscape of the upland of the Hudson River estuary, the whole Hudson River corridor, right?
Yeah.
So as such, the grays at various tones in some ways are standing in for the rocky cliffs that edge the Hudson, up and down the Hudson, right? So in that sense, they work and they have integrity with the landscape design as you will create it, right? Because that is the landscape of Battery Park, and it is the landscape of Hudson River Park, all up and down. So in my view, the pink takes it out of that design language and is really just drawing attention to itself for reasons that Isabel stated relate to a material that likely will be replaced. And it will make extra work and concern for all of you. So I think again, it's not like a personal taste issue, but it's as a matter of design integrity with both the design characteristic of all of Hudson River Park, which is an upland Hudson River estuary landscape. And then the kind of maintenance and like you'll always imagine a crack that you have to patch. It will soon look like a pink elephant. And I'm sure that as soon as it was built, it will become a kind of pink elephant. So I think, again, it's for you to decide. And ultimately what we think of that is, and what our personal design tastes are, is irrelevant. But from the point of view of design integrity with the whole of the Hudson River corridor, and from the point of view of the maintainability and the expense of keeping a kind of consistent appearance across all of your community, for those reasons, we really think it doesn't really make sense to do that. That said, you're going to do your test, you'll have to decide for yourself, but from our perspective, it doesn't really make sense. So, you'll have to decide that.
I also want to say that I think the formwork and the patterning already adds interest and elegance. So I'm just more concerned about, as Deborah said, adding another layer that may just yield a complex construction and maintenance process that may actually not be that successful. And I just don't think these samples look that successful. And I think the patterning could actually be quite nice.
Yeah, the rodents size. Yes, it's very beautiful, the patterns. And, I think I agree that they're kind of on their own as well. They work really well. I think this is kind of the flood wall language. Yeah, I think there's benefit to kind of keeping a common language throughout all of the floodways too. I'm sure that's not a priority for Battery Park City or anything, but I do like the idea of it connecting to the ESCR as well.
Do you have any more comments as well? Okay. So you've heard our comments. You will have to decide. Ultimately, it is the decision of the design team working with you, the client at Battery Park. We would strongly urge you to think about the perspective that we have brought, particularly, I think, when you think about the cap and the wall, repairs to the wall, the extra effort and expense that Battery Park City would have to go through, along with the kind of consistency of design up and down the Hudson River corridor. We strongly recommend that you consider a less labor intensive, less costly, standard gray solution that any concrete contractor can produce, and that can have some variability within it that will be less noticeable than a pink wall would be. But again, we rarely weigh in on colors of things, but we all felt that in this case, it was worth voicing our rationale for that. And again, ultimately, that's for you all to decide. So thank you for this. And I want to end by saying this. This is icing on the cake. What you have done in the creation of this model is an enormously complex, we see that project, and enormously successful in the way that it matches the solutions in an incremental way at every street edge, which we recognize and you have worked on is going to serve all of us in terms of like how, because you're in the avant-garde, right? In our sustainability, you're funded sooner, you have your own ways of getting funding, and you're implementing at scale in a way that we will all learn from. So this is just, we want this outcome to be as strong as it can be, so that everyone can come here and go like, wow, that really looks great and it works really well. And that's why we're talking about the color, not because the color is the most important thing. It's not. Okay.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and that's our last meeting. Okay. Okay, so this concludes our meeting and the public meeting is now adjourned.